Connected. Channel switched.
Hey, Josh.
Gotti.
There he is.
Okay, Zed was here. He just timed out, so don't know what's going on with that. But can everybody hear me good?
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Sound great.
Arendelle?
Yep, sorry, I can hear you.
No worries. Josh? Hello? Haven't heard anything from Josh yet.
Seriously, good. I love doing this now.
Haven't seen his mic light up either.
No, I haven't.
Might
I thought I heard
might
him when
just
he
be,
just got in channel, but who said Gotti when they got in? When he came in, did he do it or someone else?
I don't know. I think somebody else said hi when he first popped in. I'm wondering if the update might have changed his settings.
I think that's what's happened with me on Sunday. All of a sudden it was weird.
Gotta love updates changing settings.
Yeah.
TeamSpeak normally doesn't roll out this many updates that I've seen in the past. All the times I've used it, but lately they've really been cranking them out.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell they're breaking or fixing, or both.
Getting ready for the summer.
This is why.
There he
There
is.
he is.
There he is.
Hey, Josh.
Hey.
Oh, bother. TeamSpeak's got another update.
Yeah, right?
Oh, bother.
Okay. So, Zed went poof, and he said he'll be right back. So, let's just go ahead and get started. So where we left off due to technical difficulties, you guys had just gotten to Ganbar's halt, and Ganbar, one of his sons, and apparently his wife had, his daughter had rushed you all to get all your animals inside a cavernous barn built into the side of the cliff. There's a total of about 50 dwarves that are building these big ironwork kind of nets or cages around the entrances to the barn and the wagon shed that is next to the barn built into the wall. And then they were had just been escorting you. Ganbar and his daughter had just been escorting you back to the main building where his wife was waiting to usher everyone inside. And I don't quite remember what the dialogue had been from between you guys and Gambar during that walk. So I know.
I think we were just
And that's
Tegler was
good.
trying to get the idea of what we're. I mean, it's fine we're shutting everything up, but from what? What's all the extra protection for?
Fuff all about.
We've had to halt everybody up here for the last 6 weeks now. We had 5 caravans on a road that didn't make it past the old road down to Andel. And then we started having some attacks in the night. Lost two of my two hands that were helping out, keeping the watch on the beasts in the barn and on the wagons. 6 days ago now. Oh, 2 of the wagons got smashed up real bad, and 6, 7 of the animals just slaughtered. Maybe more. There's some blood sign being dragged on out of the barn. We never found more than a hair.
Any tracks? Is this beast or man?
That was one of the odd things. There wasn't much on the ground. There was some, around where the scuffle was, but blood trails that we did find looked like batter dropping from the sky.
Batter?
Say again?
Batter dropping from the sky?
Well, like the blood was falling from something in the air, not being dragged across the ground.
Oh, like a flying creature?
Something's carrying him off.
Oh, bother. Something with wings.
Dragons about?
Uh-oh.
Has anybody seen what it could be?
The only 2 that would have seen anything are dead. Looked like they were half eaten by the time we came out in the morning. Didn't hear the normal call out in the night, so whatever happened, it happened fast.
Well, probably something that flies.
So what brings y'all up this way? I mean, we haven't had any caravans even coming up the road in the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks now, actually. And usually it's thick with them. Of course, not that I got space for any more caravans coming in here right now.
We got business up north. Is it Brackenpole?
Yeah,
That's the right
Brackenpole.
one.
Brackenpole.
Business with who? You don't seem to be carrying any goods with you.
Just business.
Oh, we're no merchants. We're adventurers.
He's so adorable.
At this point, you guys have reached the entrance to the main building. And the dwarf's daughter kind of taps him on the shoulder real quick and says, I'm gonna head up into the fire height. Try to keep the watch from up there, since that's all barred up now.
User in your channel timed out.
Now we lost Arendelle. That's not good.
He nods to her.
Oh, don't mind the elf. He doesn't talk
Keep a
much.
sharp eye, lass. What was that?
Oh, don't mind the elf. He doesn't talk much. Sometimes he's rather mute.
Yeah. To be honest, I can deal without their high, squeaky voices.
Yeah. Sometimes, I guess.
User joined your channel.
Gutenberg
Yay.
Anderson. Gutenberg Anderson, get your butt inside.
Speak up, Arendelle, before you
Oh,
fall
the
asleep
lady
again.
calls, come on. Hey. As you're all are being ushered inside, Gunbar's wife, hollering at her to hurry up and get you guys inside there, and she stops and she points back behind you to the southwest along the road. Gunbar, look, more coming up. Ragged bunch there. He kind of almost pushes you inside, and he turns and looks. He gets a big scowl a real fierce scowl on his face, and dodges to the side and
User joined your channel.
pulls a battle axe off that's mounted up on the wall next to the door. Shield with it. Plants himself in front of the door. Get yourselves inside. These tribesmen, they look ragged, but they're treacherous. And he kind of plants himself waiting. This group looks like 6 men. Even from a distance, you can tell they're walking really kind of odd gaits, almost staggering. As they're approaching, and you hear a little bit of chattering as they're talking. They seem to be arguing with each other, but as they're slowly approaching, it's in a language you don't understand.
Do we see him as well? Do we recognize their stance or walk? It's like more of what we just dealt with a little while ago.
No, they're dressed in really loose, baggy. So it looks like mostly linen, homespun linen fabrics, and you can see there's obviously some dark patches on them. Several of them have bandages wrapped up, and you can see as they're getting more detail as they're coming closer. And you, as Gunbar's standing there in front of the door, it's getting the attention of all the people in this common room. And it's this big sprawling room. Looks like there's actually several levels to it. A spiral stair goes up in the center, kind of squared off, and you can see it looks like it goes up 3 levels. There's a bit of an opening around it and a couple of walks, a walkway going off to one side once it gets to the 2nd floor, and then another one as it gets up to the 3rd. And it's these stairs are built around this square column in the middle of the common room. the group, this group of men halts about 75 feet from the door, and they're still kind of arguing with themselves, and four of the six look like they're having trouble just standing. They've got blood stains and a lot of rough field bandages. One of them has his right eye, and the entire right side of his face looks like a set of claws just stripped down his face, literally pulled his eye out of the socket, and I mean from the just under his hairline all the way down past the bottom of his chin.
So they've been in a recent fight.
And what's that?
They've been in a recent fight.
Oh yeah.
So quick, we'll say, Gambar, you know these men?
Hey, Genbar was my pop. I'm Gunmar.
Well,
He built the
Gunbar,
whole
sorry.
thing.
Do you know these men?
Hey,
'Cause they look
yeah,
pretty
these
hurt.
tribesmen, they don't. Yeah, so they do. He calls out. Does anybody speak Dwarven?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Okay. He calls out to them. Zilpha and Antixos, you guys recognize that they do look like they're Katoli tribesmen. What little you know about them from living in Port Haravan is that
User in your channel
they
timed out.
are very
User in your channel timed out.
standoffish. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Losing all sorts of people tonight.
That's because they're muting themselves
User
and not
joined your
talking.
channel.
There we go. I'm sorry,
User
I
joined your channel.
lost connect for a sec. What's going on?
No
I
worries.
recognize
Okay.
them, but as tribesmen. But what I know from living in Port Haravan is
Okay, that the Katoli tribesmen are the whole region, the Katoli Hills, was hit harder than most areas during the Sundering, and these people they've developed a language of sorts since the Sundering, but it's not based on any of the old languages, like like Hervani and Tondish are. It literally they literally had no contact with any other peoples for several centuries after the Sundering, and they had been reverted all the way back to complete hunter-gatherer types, and redeveloped an entirely new language and stuff like this, and they resent anyone that dealing with any sort of people that kept any sort of culture after the Sundering, feeling like they were abandoned and left to rot out in the hills, and especially anyone that has anything to do with the gods, because more so than people that kept any sort of culture, they blame the gods themselves for all the hardship they've endured.
okay. So
they're often considered to be thieves and raiders. They do raid caravans going back and forth, back and pole, on a regular basis, not consistently but regularly. And so the idea that they're approaching, a known fault like this is extremely odd.
well, I know they don't want to talk to me then. But what I will do is I'll kind of inconspicuously do exactly what that was. Take a big sniff See if I smell anything coming off of these guys.
Nope, you're not smelling anything in particular other than unwashed bodies.
I'm gonna sidle up over next to Antixos and say, "Hey, Antixos,
Yeah?
seems like these guys have been attacked by something. If they've been attacked by what we faced back before, there could be even greater danger than it looks like. You happen to have a detect magic spell handy? See if you see any.
I think we both do. Do we not?
Oh, that's right. I can convert one of my spells. I keep forgetting that I can do that.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that we've been attacked by whatever's been hitting the caravans.
Well, that's why I want to check, though.
Airborne.
Thank you for reminding me, Antixos.
Oh, bother.
Yeah, Zelfa's going to kind of use a detect magic to see if she sees anything unusual about these guys.
Okay.
I'm not
take a
expecting
step-
it.
Yep. Go ahead and use your detect magic ability and burn one of your memorized spells. The individual tokens are down in the bottom right corner, so you can get to them.
User in your channel timed out. User in your channel timed out.
And lost her again.
That's
Okay,
weird.
now everybody but me is having problems today.
Well, I'm not having any problems yet.
No, I'm not having problems at all.
User
Oh,
joined
bother.
Just
your
getting
channel.
in. Just
No
getting in.
problems.
I don't know what's
It's-
going on.
User joined your
It's
channel.
like Zed is taking Zilpha with him.
I blame Zed. It used to be. Here, I'll just burn one of my spells. Because I don't see the detect magic. It used to be on my bar, but now I don't see it anymore. Let me go see.
If you go to your
The
granted
macros.
powers,
Okay, granted powers. That's what it would be. Okay. There we go. Detect magic. Spell sacrificed. I'll get rid of one of.
okay, so you tried to say something, but I didn't see anything.
So they look like
User in your channel timed out.
they need help.
User in your channel timed out.
Okay, apparently the macro isn't working. Yay. Oh.
User joined your channel.
This is getting old. Let me try it one more time.
Okay. Yeah, try. I had
User
the
joined
macro.
your
I had
channel.
old version of the macro. I had to fix it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go mark that spell is used.
Yeah, the tokens are down in the bottom right corner, so
I dragged one up
you
next
just
to
zoom
the
out. You can grab it there. Okay. You see that the one with the clawed face, and one of the other ones that doesn't really look like he just was really only lightly injured. Both have kind of odd things happening with their aura. The one with the clawed face has this kind of shadow over in his aura where the claw mark is. The other one, one of the other ones, it looks like he wasn't really injured. You know, he doesn't have any bandages or anything on him. He's struggling to help two of the others who can barely stand, barely walk, stay upright. But there's a very, very faint sense of magic around him, but it seems like he's barely there. Like, as you're looking at him with the detect magic, it's just like you're seeing through him, like he's not quite there.
One of the ones who's helping to support somebody else coming in. The other guy has kind of a dark stain or like a shadow on his aura. Is that what I would expect if somebody had been infected, or?
Yes,
Okay.
that was what,
They were talking about. Okay. Just make.
yeah, what the high priestess described as one of the signs of infection.
So I'm going to sneak around to Kavik and mention that to him, mention both people to him, but especially the one who seems to be infected, the one that's been clawed. And then I'll go around to all the other members of the party and kind of give them the heads up on it too. But I'll start with
Okay.
Kavik.
Oh,
What do
bother.
they have for weapons
Um,
and armor?
None of them are wearing anything that really resembles armor. The one that Zilpha pointed out
User in your channel
kind
timed
of
out.
looks like she described it as kind of being faded and almost not there. He's got some heavy hides draped over him. So in the most rough sense,
User in your channel
he could be
timed
said
out.
to be wearing hide armor, but it's not like it's actually fashioned into armor. It's
User
literally
joined
just
your channel.
several hides draped and tied about his body.
User joined your channel.
Okay. But none of the others seem to be wearing any armor at all.
Nope.
Do we see any weapons?
I was just working on when you were out.
Sorry.
A couple of them are carrying broken sticks.
Okay.
We got the impression they might be what's left of some spears, but that's it.
How many of these people are there?
6?
6 people. Okay.
And at least 2 pretty badly injured, and a couple others somewhat injured.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're all but one of them are visibly injured. And they have bandages and stuff. 4 of the 6 are to the point where they're barely staying upright, keeping themselves upright.
Okay, 4 of the 6. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as you're kind of assessing what you're seeing, Gunbar,
User in your channel timed out.
they very, very shortly and very haltingly responded to what Gunbar had said, in guessing Dwarven, and
User in your channel
then
timed out.
the one with who's had his face nearly ripped off, steps forward in very stop-start halting voice. He says in a trade language, "Refuge, need refuge."
I look up a gun bar. It's tough to turn down someone in need, unless you know them to be criminals specifically.
User joined your channel.
But I don't know. There's something about him that bids caution. Gumbar. So then Imran.
You see, Gimmer's wife is kind of working on pushing people back to get them to go back to their seats, to their rooms, wherever. And she hollers out behind you. "We have this up done in about 15 minutes. Get your butts back to your seats." And she's shouting at people and giving people some of the dwarves that she's obviously fairly familiar with, kind of an elbow in the shoulder, trying to get a few of them to start leading the way. The ones that she does single out for this sort of overly familiar contact, they look to be some of the better dressed, most likely some of the caravan masters. And once they start going and finding their tables again, the rest slowly start following. And then you hear her. Then once the crowd starts thinning out behind you, I mean, at this point, you guys were almost, stuck. You couldn't have moved into the rest of the room if you'd wanted to. The crowd was packed in, trying to watch what's going on through the door. So. She comes up and literally just full on socks Gunbar in the back of his shoulder to get his attention, as he's still scowling and glaring at these tribesmen. Okay. She can't hear me. Huh. Give her a minute to come back in.
Mm-hmm.
User joined your channel.
Yay.
Okay, well, hopefully it's going to play nice for you now.
Yes, I
Okay.
talked to it.
So Gunmar's wife has been kind of driving the crowd back away from the door, getting people to go back to their seats, go back to the rooms, whatever. Let everyone know that the supper will be ready in about 15 minutes, and she'll start serving. And she comes up, she walks up behind Gunbar, and she just full out punches him in the back of the shoulder to get his attention. And his head snaps back, and he's glaring at her. It's still kind of the glare he's been directing towards these tribesmen. And she grabs his nose and drags him back down, face to face with her, and says, "Go get the boys and bring those poor souls inside. They may have taken part in raids, but they're not here to raid now." He lets go of his nose. He rubbing his nose and grumbling and scoffing. He calls out,
What's her
"Dunbar,
name?
Gobbler, Dunbar."
We can help too. If there
That'd
be
be
trouble,
appreciated.
you'll want our help.
And he's hollering for the boys. Growls back at his wife and says, "We'll have this out later." And she crosses her arms underneath her bosom scowls right back at him, not giving an inch, and he kind of does the little kid, boy in the schoolyard digging his toe in the ground, and you see that the teenage dwarf and the two young boys, ones that were playing with the rams and throwing stuff at them, throwing potatoes at the rams. They come up, they work their way through the crowd, and all right, he looks them, all right, boys, help me get these folks inside, and we'll put him in the loft room up straight up above. And he nods to you guys, whoever's helping, and moves. He sets his axe and shield down, leaned against next to the door, and then starts leading the boys and whoever's following out to start helping these people inside.
And Quicks just goes, when they go out there, Quicks just, you can't really help carry or do anything, but just going out, and he'll hang out kind of behind the group and kind of eyeing them, watching for how, what their actions or intent seems to be. Edward will help carry them in if need be.
At first, when the group starts coming up and starts approaching them, they're looking really fearful at first. They're obviously not entirely sure about the decision to come here for help. It's just written plain as day on their faces. And when they see that the two small boys are among the group that's coming out to help them, they seem to settle down a bit, and the one that Zilpha had pointed out said looks faded. As you're getting close, you can see he's pale. He's like white as a sheet, pale. And he drops one. He's obviously also the youngest of the group. He drops to his knees once the we're just kind of recognizing that these people, this group is coming out to help them. He drops to his knees, and so he's kind of sitting on his heels, and it puts him basically at the same level as the two dwarven boys, and they come up and start trying to help him back to his feet, and he kind of chuckles a little bit, their innocent enthusiasm, and
Kvik will go right up to him with a stern face and is like, "No trouble, right?" in trade language. "No trouble?"
It looks at you, no recognition on his face of what you're saying, that he understands what you're saying.
Did he speak? Did they speak trade? Someone did? From this group?
The one with the clawed face did. Very early.
Okay.
Like, he only knows
Well,
a few words.
still assume the one would know, so it doesn't change anything, just it's clarifying.
Okay. Who's actually going out there to help, and who are you approaching? All right, Vic, you're approaching the one that's really pale and
it's down,
and
keeping
Right.
a bit of a distance, 10-15 feet. Edward's going up to help.
Zilpha's going out.
Help support and carry them in if need be, since they seem to be struggling.
Zilpha's going out, and she's going to approach the man who was clawed. But she's going to go slowly,
Okay.
non-threateningly. And
as you're approaching, he's staring very fixedly at your holy symbol, and this look of complete dread on his face as you're moving towards him.
well, I knew he didn't want to talk to me, but maybe he wants somebody who has some training in healing. So as I see the look of dread come upon his face, I'll stop approaching him and I'll look at him because he's the one who can speak trade, right? And I'll say, I'm a doctor. I'm a healer. I can help you.
He says, he with a great deal of effort tears his eyes off your holy symbol to look you in the face, and says, no needle thorns for sewing.
What? Something for sewing?
Can't help. No. Do you have herbalism? I don't remember.
No, but I have healing, but not herbalism.
Okay. Yeah, you would recognize from the healing person that needle thorn is a plant that's used often for it grows very long, thin needles that can be easily harvested in the fall.
Yeah.
And they're often used to fashion sewing needles or needles for making sutures. So this is probably the reference that he's making. It's not something that most of the more civilized communities use often, but it is something that is a known, kind of field medicine kind of thing.
So Zilpha will call back to Zed. Zed, have you seen any needle thorn? That's what it's called. Have you seen any needle thorn in this area? Is this the type of area where it grows?
No, it's not. It's something that grows out in the plains.
Want needles?
Grub brush that grows in the plains.
What, Zed?
Want needles? Is that what you...
Yes, and we need needles.
I have needles.
Ah, so I'll tell the man, we have needles. I can help you. I'm sure he heard Zed, but maybe he didn't. Zed, stand back.
He's looking a little confused because the word for just a needle to him it seems he's looking like he's waiting for the rest of the word.
Ah.
Just tell him
Like
yes.
he does, like he doesn't know the difference between a needle and needle thorn.
Oh, okay. But I'll gesture him. Come.
This is
We
the
have
impression
it.
you're getting.
We have it. Come, I can help you.
He grudgingly moves in as Gumbar is helping one of the two that was next to him, and Edward is helping, and the boys are carrying the two boys end up just carrying the broken spear shafts, and they kind of dart ahead and they start whacking at each other with these broken staves. It's just completely oblivious that there's this very serious thing happening.
Yeah.
And Gumbar's oldest son, Galbar, is right up next to you, Zilpha, and as he starts, this man starts staggering forward. You both reach out to support him, and he literally throws himself away from you towards the teenage dwarf boy, towards Galbar, and so you get them inside, and eventually he gets it, with your help. You get him inside, and the Gummer's wife is there, and she's got a big pot. She's got a big pot of water on one side and a basket full of looks like towels and some herbs and stuff in the other, and she kind of nodding with her head starts leading you up a set of stairs to the right of the door, and it loops back around and comes into a fairly large chamber. It looks like where like it's mostly used as more as a storage type room, and there's a window overlooking the road, so maybe someone will spend some time on watch here at night. And you see the older girl is coming down, and she's bringing in just piles of. She's got a big double armload of blankets, and she starts laying out kind of sleeping pallets. You get these men all helped and sat down. And start getting them cleaned up and stuff.
Looking at the wounds in the clothes, can it be determined? I mean, are there slashes, as in claws, from some type of natural or unnatural beast, or is it like swords or other types of wounds and damage?
The one that looks really pale, once he's set down and the hides have been stripped off of him, you can see just under the edge of his rib cage on his left side, there's a really deep puncture type wound, possibly from a spear, but it's a little too rough to have been done with a normal spear type weapon. Most of the other wounds appear to be claw marks of different, but some of them are 3 claws and some of them are 4. Most of them, except for the one with his face nearly ripped off, the half of his face nearly ripped off. Most of them appear to have been clawed by something with 3 claws or talons. More like a bird, but if it is a bird, it's a very large one. I mean, the pattern in the claws and the depth of the marks. I mean, it'd have to be a bird with a claw the size of a bear's.
Oh, great.
So at this point, I've recognized that only one of them is speaking rough trade language.
Yes.
The One Eye. So I'll go over to One Eye while he's being fixed up. And so, what attacked you?
He looks like he's trying to find the words. And he says,
User disconnected from your channel. User joined your channel.
sun-colored creatures with slimy wings.
Sun-colored?
Would my hunting proficiency be able to help us determine what they might have been?
That description does not fit anything you're familiar with.
So that was sun-colored and slimy wings? Or...
Worth a try.
Yes. Leather skin colored like sun.
like lizard?
like bat. Skin like a bat.
Bat.
Bat. Walk on 2 legs or 4?
Two. Upright. Bigger than man. And
Arms and wings or
Black-
just wings?
arms and wings. Yes, both.
How many?
Four yellow. Sun, yellow. 4 yellow things and black hairy man thing. Black one ripped face.
Weapons or just claws?
Claws enough. Jingo
Nods.
took top of spear, stabbed him with it. Otherwise, didn't hold anything.
I might give a subtle sniff of the air now that I'm closer to these guys. Do I smell anything?
No, you do not.
Thought if they'd been, attacked, that maybe there would be a scent left on them. How long ago did this happen? Can I tell by looking at the wounds, or will they tell? Will he tell me?
Looking at the wounds at the state they're in, probably 3 or 4 days ago. When you speak, he looks away from you, doesn't even acknowledge that you said anything.
That's why she's staying on the edge of the room. Went and brought back food and water, and he's just hovering on the edge of the room, just witnessing what's
They
going
must
on.
have come in off the trail. Because we came on the trail, we would have passed them up in the state they're in.
Must say hid.
That's true.
I'll get out the map. Say we're here. You know map?
Picture land. Yes.
Where was where did you get attacked? How far away? And have him point on the map where, if you recognize where he got attacked at.
He points to about here. Finger on your map,
Okay.
right about there. By old road to bad ruins, edge of woods, south.
They fly from the woods or up to the hills? He probably doesn't know.
Came over hill from sunrise side. Took our family camp. dragged little ones away.
Mm.
Black one ripped down women tent and marked all women with claws.
Right.
Out of character. Well, you guys got a problem. We head out in the morning. See you later. I'll get back in character.
That black furry dude, he said he was furry, right?
Yes, it's a hairy black man thing.
The hairy black man thing might be the one we're looking for.
But he flew.
No, there was
They all
three.
flew, yes?
I thought he said there were
Yeah,
three
four.
flying ones and a
There was four
black
flying
man
ones.
thing. Four flying ones, okay.
Four flying ones and the one black one, but I got the impression it was the same physical description, just black, but was I wrong?
No, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna clarify. The description he gave you of what they were attacked by was four yellow skin, leathery skin, flying things. There were a kind of a yellow color, sun color, and a tall black hairy man thing.
No wings? Black
Not
one have
hairy
no
one.
wings?
No,
Oh. That's interesting. How did he get there so fast and leave? Run? That seems odd.
don't.
Flying beast with a walker.
How long have we been traveling? What's the moon phase right now?
It is. Don't. It is the third day, so it's the new moon. It's just the beginning of the second month.
We're feeling some time pressure, but this could be what we're looking for also.
Maybe, yeah. And I'm really confused that a walker's moving around with flyers.
Yeah, that is unusual.
Did the flyers fly a lot or walk mostly?
They
Are they good flyers?
fly and land, fly and land. Jump long distances with wings.
Glide. Okay. Gotcha. So not real good flyers, more like eagle.
No, not fly like kingbirds.
Hmm. Leathery wing.
Have you seen these before? Or is this first time?
Never seen. Never seen before.
So you have no name for them? Not even in stories. Ask, is Gunbar about?
No, Gunbar had gone back downstairs once
Okay, or any of the
his
other
wife and daughter
locals?
started cleaning them up.
Any of the other locals in the about?
Gunbar's wife and his daughter are both there in the room. They're working on the others and kind of, I listen. They're obviously listening to what you're doing, but they're
Yeah.
mostly worried about tending to these men.
Right. Sean Quick will look up to the eldest, the mother. She's there. It's like, did you hear that? Is that anything you've ever heard about in the area, or even in fairy tales?
Sounds like a devil to me.
Yellow
Stutters a
devils.
little bit.
Nothing you've seen or heard of in the area though before, huh?
Doesn't sound like anything we've ever had to fight off from the halt here. Not even from any of old Gunbar's tales. When he was a right tale teller.
And we do have an interesting problem. And look up to Antixos and Zed if they're in the room. And anything? You guys got any clue? You guys a little more in the books?
Oh, bother.
Things?
I didn't do any studying about lycanthropy. I don't know what's going on. I'm just
Not
as in
sure.
the dark as you.
Not sure this is lycanthropy. They seem to be beasts of some unnatural form.
Antixos, give me a thaumaturgy proficiency check, please. Alrighty then.
No, there's nothing like this in volleyball, that's for dang sure.
You wanted to see new things.
That's for sure. It's definitely got my curiosity roused.
Definitely haven't heard of something like
Oh, great. The turn order tracker popped up.
Oh, no, that was just for me looking at something.
Nothing to see
Surprise!
here.
Red alert, battle stations.
Oh, bother. Wait a minute. I just remembered something from my wizard basic training when I was studying psychic energies coming from other planes. I remember reading about some kind of spirit creature from the plane called Beator, known as a Spinagon, and it kind of sounds like what's going on here.
Spin a gun?
Spinagon.
What?
Yep. It's like a gargoyle, a little
So
one.
you're saying he's possessed by the devil and we should kill him?
not devils. Beatizu from Beator.
Yeah, I heard you. Devil. Got it.
Not just any devil, a Spinagon. Just a little devil.
Little devil.
Nice.
So what in the heck would they
Devil's
be
eye.
doing here? What brings them out?
Oh, you know the usual. Could be summoning. Could be a gateway from hell. You know, all the above. Oh, bother. This is bad juju.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very nice.
Oh, bother indeed.
Well, wondering if there's more than 4 of them, if it's been causing as much ruckus, or just the 5 of them could be doing all this damage by themselves. Seems like there'd be
So are
more.
we at the area? Or do we kill these people and then leave the area?
Why would we kill these people? They've been attacked by these things.
That one's infected.
That hasn't been completely determined yet. Has it?
What?
Yeah, they said he was infected. Kill him.
So we'll kind of sidle over near Kvik and say, I'm pretty sure he's infected, but, you know, kind of under our breath. But infection doesn't mean that one must be destroyed automatically.
Yes, we already did your little thing, but this is different.
Okay.
And if we had
Zephyr,
killed the 2
Zephyr,
soldiers,
give
we
me
would
a-
have never had to do your thing.
Zephyr, give me a religion check.
Will do.
You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
That we did.
Cool.
Oh yeah. Okay. With what you do know about the Katoli tribesmen, and just witnessing how they've been responding to just you being in the room, it would be nigh to impossible to convince this man or anyone to go to a Temple of Attain and participate in a taming ritual.
Yeah, I know that, but
So,
I don't like the idea of just killing people as soon as they get infected. I mean, that kind of rubs me the wrong way.
I go to, so Kvik goes to Zofa, and it's like, so you're saying they're freshly affected? Is that infected? Recently?
Recently is what it looks like to me based on the shadow. I mean, the
Oh,
shadow would be
okay.
bigger, but I don't know what we can do to help him.
Well, I mean, and how soon is the full moon?
12 days.
How many
How many-
days?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? 12 days? Well, someone
It's also a viable option.
nice. I mean, so they all were, or most of them?
Just the one with just one eye.
Just one I was infected?
Yeah.
Okay, as you're talking with the one who speaks just a little bit of the trade language, getting this piecemeal
No, we
story.
pulled him over to the
Um,
side, so we whispered. We whispered. Said I was being quiet.
That's fine.
User in your channel timed out.
You see, and by this point, you've caught the names. The Gunmar's wife, her name is Delora, and his daughter is Gunora. They're trying to tend to this, what looks like a spear, possibly a spear wound on
User
the one
joined your
who's
channel.
looking super pale, and they're looking at it and they're suddenly very frantic, trying to help him, and he's once they start trying to clean the wound, he seems to just collapse backwards. He gets a kind of a greenish tint cast to him, and he starts sweating profusely. And Delora hollers out, "This one's got poison in him, damn it!" And she's trying to clean out the wound, but it seems to be speeding up the process. And as you watch, she's frantically trying to clean out this wound and pull it open so she can get something in there to start drawing the poison out. She's trying to cram the wound full of herbs and stuff, and he starts jerking and twitching and spasming convulsively, and his and this
Edward goes
orangish
to help hold him down.
froth starts coming out of his mouth, and he just
Oh, bother.
gives one last
He's got the herp.
rattling convulsion and dies. And then this sickly smell and these fumes start coming up from the foam at his mouth, and and it rapidly expands into like this almost cloud in the room. Everybody go ahead and give me a save versus spell.
Right.
Oh, shit.
Any modifiers?
Nope. Unless you're nothing other than your standard ones.
Dead verse spell, right?
Is this like a poison base?
Yes, it is a poison base.
Okay, well, it's success anyway. Let's see, where's Edward?
Say the save was against again, sorry.
Oh, save versus spell.
I'm supposed to have a
Give me save
plus
versus
to.
spell.
I'm supposed to have a plus to saves versus spell. What's wrong? Oh,
Honey, you rolled a 2.
yeah. I did roll a 2.
Okay.
I'm screwed.
Not alone.
Okay, most of you you duck down underneath the level that this cloud starts filling it, and Texas, you recognize just the smell of it. It smells like it's a stinking cloud spell that has erupted from this foaming vomit that he spelled as he died.
Oh, bother. It's a magic fart.
And Zilpha both don't duck down fast enough, and they're both basically collapsed on the ground, retching violently for several minutes.
Nice.
Ain't
You
that
see Delora
attractive?
rushes over to the windows and flings them open and starts fanning a blanket to clear the air in the room. And
Edward will.
she's cursing up a storm in Dwarven. You don't necessarily understand what she's saying, but it's pretty obvious. She's just, cursing up a storm and fanning this noxious cloud out of the room.
Is there a blanket? Is there a blanket that he's on and around nearby?
Yeah.
Okay. Edward
Yeah.
will completely
Bernard
wrap
brought
up.
in a big stack of blankets to.
Yeah,
to
Edward
you know.
will if he's already on a blanket, we'll wrap him up in it, or we'll grab one and quickly wrap him up, cocoon style. And are we on the first floor, second floor?
You're on the second floor, just
Second
above
floor.
the
Is there a
entrance.
balcony outside the window, or is it just a drop out the window?
It's just a drop out the window.
And how far away? I don't want to be carrying this stinking thing through the halls to get outside. This is probably going to be pretty
This
horrific
actually looks
then.
like just a little storage room that's above the entrance, and it was just a simple stair that went up the wall, next to the front wall, and
So
went up
quick
and doubled
access
back
to
and
the
came right
outside?
up into this room. Yes,
Quick
yeah,
access to
it's
the outside?
pretty
Okay.
straight path. Yep.
So Edward wraps up the body, cocoon style, and picks him up and quickly takes him outside the fastest route and gets the body outside.
Okay. He gets the ball wrapped up in the real quick, throws it over his shoulders, and starts down the stairs. And, yeah, you get out front in the twilight, and see he goes to put the body off his shoulders and put it down off the side of the road. It's basically just down at the roadside, but it doesn't look like there's any form or structure to his burden that's wrapped up in this blanket anymore.
Just a mass of wet blanket getting tossed out of the ground kind of thing.
Yeah, he tops it down, and you.
Is anybody there?
Connection lost. Error. Error. Connected. Insufficient User entered your channel. Disconnected. Error. Connected. Disconnected. Connected. Disconnected. Error. Connected. User out of your channel. User entered your channel. Disconnected. Error. Connected. Disconnected. Connected. Channel switched. Channel switched. Disconnected. Error.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, Discord seems much more reliable right now.
Yeah, I haven't even seen any text messages from Vic, so I'm wondering if oh, he might be going to the other computer that he runs the TS server on.
Oh. Yeah, I tried some of the other servers that I've been in throughout the years on Roll20, and I'm still able to join Ragnarius' server from 2000 when I was in his game in 2015, and then also his friend's server where I met him. I met him in another game. It was basically my very first game on Roll20, and I'm still a member of the server, and I'm able to join that as well.
That points to it not being Roll20.
Yeah, I suspect that the computer that Vic runs the TeamSpeak server on went down.
Yeah, well, there is one other server that I'm on TeamSpeak that's not letting me connect. So it seems like it's some servers are okay, but not others.
How hard is it to open a server on TeamSpeak?
I think you have to pay like $10 a month or something.
You can rent a server. There are a lot of servers that you can rent a server from. But you can also set your own server up, which is what Vic has done, because he doesn't have to actually pay for his server, because he runs it on one of his own computers. He actually hosts it from one of his computers, an extra computer he's got. Okay. Let me send him. Oh.
Yep, I heard a peep from Kvik.
Yeah, he's still showing that he's in Roll20, but he's showing offline on Discord, which is rare for him.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Maybe he lost his internet connection.
Possible. Okay, so where did I cut off before everything went poof?
Something about the body when he set it down.
Okay, right. So what you guys are seeing is Edward drops the body to the ground outside is that it, 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 it what you can see through the window, it looks like there's like the bones have dissolved from inside this body. It just drops like a limp sack with no structure to it, and there's a spatter and this brownish, greenish brown liquid starts to stain the blanket that he's wrapped up in, and Edward backs off real quick, cursing and swearing. And, as the fluid's soaking out through the blanket where he's dropped it to the edge of the road, the ground turns black and smoking. The few stones along the edge of the actual roadbed that it gets on quick to become pitted with rough and pitted, and this noxious cloud is coming up off of all of this, and Edward quickly backpedals and runs back inside, and you can hear him, you hear him, his voice shouting, swearing, coming up from the window and through the door, where he's just it's obviously causing a commotion and causing a scene downstairs as well. You see a couple of the dwarves and Gumbar come rushing out and quickly back away from this nasty, noxious cloud that's coming off what's left of the body. And over the course of about 5 minutes, the body is just completely gone, and the blanket is with these holes eaten through it all over, barely anything left of it. And this pool, this spreading pool about 8-9 feet across, going slightly down the hill, running slightly down the hill on the far side of the roadbed, it just destroying and eating away everything. You hear Gumbar down below hollering to get stretch buckets and trying to wash this stuff away, and the destruction that it's causing as it's washed, but it's slowly neutralizing where it's eating at the stones of the roadbed.
I can't do anything. I'm puking.
If only we could find a way to bottle that.
Are you guys having trouble hearing me?
No.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Not anymore. Sounds like you're
Not
speaking more
anymore.
clearly. You're speaking much more clearly now.
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Yeah, you were a bit
Okay.
quiet.
Yeah, well, the way Discord picks up and the way TeamSpeak are picking up my voice is probably a bit different. Okay. So,
Well, that's good information to have.
after the dwarf, after Gimbar and his oldest son, and even several of the dwarves from various caravans come, and they finally, after about 15 minutes, have sloshed enough water over this whole area that it's the fumes have stopped rising up off of it, and when it's all said and done, there's maybe a foot on the edge of the roadbed that is eaten in about 2 inches deep. I mean, literally ate the stone away, about 2 inches deep, about a foot wide and 4 feet long, where this corrosive remains of this really boy's body was dropped, and then this swath running down the hill about 10 feet wide and 60 feet long. It's just the ground is black and just looks dead. All the little plants and grass and little ground cover stuff that was there, the fallen leaves and all that are just gone. And it's just this massive black stain running down the hill where they try to wash the stuff away.
Right. Have I finished puking yet?
What's that?
Has Zilpha finished puking yet?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that was quite a while ago. You
I
only
said-
threw up for a couple of minutes.
Okay, I'm like, I can't do anything. I'm puking.
No. That was
Okay.
Don't worry,
that
I was
a
in.
long time ago. Say again?
No. That was the semi-invisible one.
He's laid down on the ground. He didn't see any of this. He said the bubbling cloud. Never that. He's almost at a complete loss for words. Just so horrified about what has just happened. What he saw, because he didn't see what happened to the body outside. Remember, the 5 that are left, they're all laid out on the ground having their wounds tended.
Yeah. So Zilph will sidle up over next to Zed or in Antixos and say, do you have any magical protection against that?
Oh, bother. As an abjuration specialist, I've got a lot of protections, and poison is one of the things I can protect against. However, it's not a guaranteed protection. It just increases your chances of resisting it naturally.
Okay. How often can you cast that? How often can you bring that magic forth?
Pretty often. I've got it memorized right now, in fact.
Okay. Action against that. That's terrifying. Because I don't want that. Do not want.
A repeat.
Yeah, ditto, right? You concur? Do you concur?
I concur.
I sure do hope it's a poison, though, because if it's not a poison, we're kind of screwed. And I can only cast it on one person at a time. So that's no fun.
Can you protect all of us?
No.
How many can you protect? And how long does it last?
Right now it would last about 4 minutes.
Okay.
And, if you give me a day, I can cast it 3 times a day.
You got to be touching the person to be able to cast it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it doesn't last for very long either.
Yeah. Hey, but it's Antixos. You're the only one who's got anything can help. So good for you. Abjuration is a good school. I'm glad you're studying that.
Yeah. So am I.
Duration is a cask.
Eventually I'll be able to protect a lot of people. Right now it's just kind of me and my lonesome, pretty much.
Well, I do have some, I can call upon artists to help slow the effects of poison, but it won't, protect against it, and it won't cure it, and unless we can find some means of curing it or protecting you from, connection connected on TeamSpeak. Did y'all get that?
Connected.
I didn't have it open.
Yeah, I closed.
Channel switched. User joined your channel.
Oh, bother.
Okay, TeamSpeak is back, but Shadow isn't. He must have gotten his server back up.
Yeah.
We've got to get back to his other computer and log it in.
I hear Zilpha twins.
Let me mute myself. I heard Joshy twins too, or Antixos twins. Now you talk.
All right, here I am.
There you go.
User joined your channel.
Well, all I can say
User
is
joined your channel.
all I can say is if we're gonna go and face these critters, we'd better be as prepared as we can.
What circle of magic is this protection from poison in?
Yeah.
User joined your channel.
Okay.
The gang's back together again. We're getting the band back together.
What circle of magic is what now?
The poison protection you were speaking of.
It's the second circle of
User
magic.
disconnected from your channel.
Uh-oh.
That was Zed.
User joined your channel.
I don't know if he heard you or not, Josh.
No, I heard.
What was the last thing you heard, Shadow?
We was discussing when I carried him out, the body out to the street with Edward,
Okay.
and that the body was boneless. So are we fine on TeamSpeak, or are we on Discord, or?
I think that
We were fine on Discord, but
TeamSpeak
Hello?
seems... Hello?
Okay, there we go. My headset didn't reconnect to
we came back.
while you were getting stuff up and running again.
Yeah, my internet just completely dropped out for a long period of time.
I hate it when that
One of them
happens.
things.
Yay, technology! Woohoo!
Really
Gremlins.
against us today.
Okay, so Vic, what you missed?
Elena, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I heard what
Hear me?
what you I have missed is, and then it stopped.
Oh, okay.
Elena, say again all after what you missed is.
Are you back on your iPad again, or are you on your computer? Because I can tell a big difference between before and now.
Okay, let's try this again.
There we go. That's way better.
There we go.
My headset was being weird. Okay,
Technology has
so
been-
once Edward dropped the body outside, it seemed to land and be completely boneless, what you can see from the window. And he backed away cursing and just shouting and yelling and making a big ruckus. And basically the body completely dissolved into acid. And I left a big... And Gunbar and some of the other dwarves and his son came out and were sloshing bucket after bucket to try to wash this away, and it's when it's all said and done, there's absolutely nothing left of this young man's body, and this puddle of acid that he dissolved into has left this scar running down the hillside about 10 feet wide and 60 feet long, where everything is just dead. I mean, the stones of the roadbed themselves were eaten away several inches deep before they got this stuff washed away.
Wow.
Yeah,
I got it outside.
Uh-huh.
but we don't want to face that. I don't want that.
I concur.
I actually do kind of want that in a bottle. Like a lot of it.
We've got to make sure we're ready to protect ourselves against such things if we're going to go after this
Acid for blood.
these baddies.
Aliens. Whatever was injected in him.
Well, we could
That's the one that
just
had the
leave him
belly
alone.
wound, right?
Oh, bother. Devil's dissolving
Okay.
people from the inside.
Quake's like, is that the devil, or it was pierced by a spear? I thought he said, and confer with one eye. What hit him? Some kind of stinger or bite or spear?
Perhaps it was a spear-like tail.
Or a giant wasp stinger.
Great.
He responds, thought was fear. Maybe Boy had stabbed it a couple of times before it ripped spear from him.
And this was the black one, yes? Was there magic?
No, Boy stabbed one of yellow things.
What stabbed
Then
Boy?
it broke his spear and stabbed him with it.
Oh. That was his own spear.
With this thing's blood.
Was this thing's blood on the spear? Maybe?
That's my thoughts.
Yeah.
He kind of shrugs. He stabbed
Doesn't
it,
know.
probably.
Wonderful.
So, note to the group. We encounter these things and we kill them, not eat the heart.
Good to know. Thanks, Ed.
Important to have ground rules.
Well. How close have these things ever been to the city? How close have any of the attacks ever been to the city, or the village, or this locale?
To the halt here.
Mm-hmm.
Delora tells you that, well, basically just what Gunbar had said earlier, that something had attacked, destroyed a couple of the wagons that were in the shed, and 7 or 8 of the animals that were in the barn 6 days ago. And that their 2 guards that they had, one in the shed and one in the barn, were dead, and they found signs of where they were killed, but no sign of their bodies. Some of the animals that had been slaughtered were half eaten right there, and several of the others were apparently carried off.
Okay.
Other than that, all the attacks that the best that they can figure have been near where the road to Andale, the old road to Andale, splits off from the high road down here. Which is where the day before last, you guys also noticed those broken splinters of wood along the road.
The remains of wagons or whatever and things.
Yep. There was one report of a small attack somewhere along the road to the east, but you guys didn't get any details about exactly where that was.
Right.
So, Kavik, does it look like maybe the blood of these creatures is poisonous or acidic or something?
Seems to be, I guess. I don't know. It's that it spreads like an infection or poison. It's scary.
What are we thinking? Tries people, try to summon demons, gets out of hand, and now we have dissolving people.
No, I think they're victims like anybody else. Caught up in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
I don't know, they smell pretty bad.
Oh, bother.
This
Maybe it's a
is
magical
Vic's
disease or a curse or something.
This is Kvik's breakdown. The black hairy guy's the leader, and he's looking for something from the caravans. The other bodies and animals that are disappearing are food for his new pets. An entourage. What's everyone think about that?
I'll ask the dwarf that runs this place, Grunbar. What the?
Don't forget what the man described about how the attack that they survived.
What, that he marked all the women? I definitely noticed that. Hello.
And the
I'm the
flying
only-
creatures were carrying off the children as well.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that.
Farming them for future food.
Sacrificial things, maybe?
Sacrifice.
Maybe.
That's against the rules.
I think they prefer to eat people rather than animals.
Maybe they just haven't tasted cows.
Need to get them some scrimps.
And Sixos,
but...
when you're
Yeah.
remembering about the Spinagons, references you had heard, devils of that sort don't eat food; they eat souls.
These
Remember
guys
that.
don't eat food, they eat souls.
And
I would like to say that makes me feel better.
Cold chill runs down Kvik's spine.
Basically, find a bunch of redheads, fight these things.
Either that or gnomes. Gnomes don't have souls either.
Yeah, but nobody trusts gnomes.
I don't know about y'all.
gnomes don't have souls. Where do you get that?
Everybody knows that.
That's just D&D lore.
I think that's actually hard written into the
From his little corner of the world.
I am.
It's actually D&D player lore.
Mhm.
Not one that I've ever heard, but that's okay.
Because everyone hates gnomes.
Yeah, it's a trope. It's the trope that everyone hates gnomes.
The amount of times I hear Josh going off about that in my campaign.
Okay.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm kind of bushed. It's nighttime, right?
Yeah, we did spend.
Yeah, it's sunset.
Oh, okay.
It's
never
about. It's about by this time with tending to the wounds and the whole drama with the young man's body, and the discussion afterwards. It's the it's not quite dark. It's twilight.
Okay.
It's around. I mean, it's high summer also. So I mean, it's probably 8 o'clock at night by now. And it's just starting to get dark. The sun vanished behind the peaks of the mountains, and it's been, you know, shady, shadowed and stuff for a while, but the sun hadn't quite actually set yet. And so it's just like the end of the twilight before night sets in for full, completely.
Well,
You guys are brought back. You guys are kind of brought back down by Delora and Ganora, and you led up over to a decent-sized table that the Ganora quickly clears off what's left from the last group that used that table for their supper, and Dolores sets you down, and she thanks you very very efusively for the help, and especially for Edward for getting that body out of the halt before it dissolved and destroyed the entrance to the main room.
I only did it because of the
building.
gas, to get the gas out of the building, but I didn't realize it was going to do that. But whatever, it worked.
Well, it was good thinking and very appreciated. I would hate to think of what that would have done to the halt itself. Anyhow, we'll bring you around to a couple rounds of the stout to wash the taste out, and
Well, that'd be mighty appreciated.
I'll have we've got some mutton and some I'll bring out a whole mutton ham for you.
That'll work.
She bustles back and she comes back out and she sets this nice, or it's got to be 9 or 10 pound mutton ham that's been slowly roasted, crackling with a crust of herbs and looks like honey baked into it, and a couple platters of different root vegetables and even some salad and just fresh crisp vegetables. It's not really a leafy salad; it's more a vegetable salad. Looks like it's got some herbs and a little light drizzle of vinegar on it. Sets it all out for you, and
Edward, thanks so kindly. That's about to eating.
I was hungry. Are
she
you
just
hungry?
and she just sets the platter with the roast and carving knife and a long set of tongs to hold it with while you guys are carving, and just scatters plates around the table in front of each of you.
Oh, this was for everybody. Oh, okay. Let me slice off some here for everyone else.
Yeah, it's very much family style serving, where she just sets like she's setting the table for the family with the roast and big bowls with the veggies and vegetables and the salad and roasted root vegetables, and then just sets plates out in front of everybody.
Let's dig in.
So,
Nom nom nom.
Nom nom.
Give me the
Nom,
rarest
nom.
portion. Which part's the rarest of that?
Ever glances at you,
I like my meat
and
rare.
he's been noticing over the last couple of weeks that you've been eating even more than he does, and he carves big chunks off around the outside. And he leaves kind of the bone, the leg bone with 2 or 3 inches of meat all around it, and he stabs it with the knife and drops it on your plate. Cuts the
Perfect.
rest of the meat up into decent sized slices and starts parceling them out.
Well, I'll just pick it up and start gnawing it right off the bone. It'll be great.
There you go.
When I'm done, I'll break the bone in two and suck the marrow out. It'll be good.
Goes finger food. Perfect. And digs in with his hands. No utensils.
Yeah.
Goes without saying. Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's very obviously mutton. You guys saw
Nom nom.
in the barn. They have their giant rams that they ride, and the dwarves ride and breed, but there were also some lesser sheep and goats in that portion of the barn, or your more typical meat animals.
I sure do like rack of lamb with country gravy.
Some collard greens on the side.
And maybe some chitterlings
Fried okra.
and some fritters.
Oh, yeah, some cornbread fritters.
Oh, hell yeah.
You guys are cracking
and
me
a
up. This is
side of-
turning into southern food porn.
A side of mustard.
Southern food porn campaign.
A side of mustard.
That is making me hungry. I haven't had lunch yet.
Some butter beans. Fried green tomatoes.
I haven't gotten home yet.
All right. That was, she rubs her belly, Zilpha rubs her belly, it's like, oh, that hit the spot. That was so good. She likes looking at the bone to try to see if there's any last little bit like she could chomp off.
Oh.
Yeah. Are the bones edible? I don't know.
You gonna eat that? Nom nom nom.
Oh, bother.
I'll give you some num nums right now as I chew down some pizza.
There you go. Zilpha kind of sneaks over next to Kvik and starts a little private kind of conversation away from Zed and says, I don't feel comfortable just killing the infected guy. Feels kind of murdery to me.
Yeah, that might be what's needed, though. I mean, it could have saved a lot of problems. I mean, the end result was still the same, right? But other people were hurt too.
I understand. I mean,
it can be done merciful.
the last time we encountered somebody, we didn't just kill him right off the bat. We tried to isolate him, and
Yeah, and look what happened. It got worse.
just
I mean,
feels kind of.
I'm just saying he has a point, and it can be taken care of if it can't be done in some type of controlled manner. And if, are these, I don't know, but these don't seem to be the type to want to go take care of it either, like you did. Am I wrong there?
No, you're right there, but I don't know. It's like I said, it still feels kind of murdery to me. Zilpha doesn't like the answer she's getting out of her friend Vic right now, so she's gonna scoot.
I'm just saying it's an option. I'm not saying gotta look at all our options here. What can be done?
Well,
Hey, Antixos, I don't like killing this guy. Seems kind of
well,
murdery to me.
on the other hand, if that's a bad option, we could always try rehabilitating the werewolves. Teaching them not to eat people, showing them how to grow their own livestock so they can eat it. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, she doesn't like the answer she's getting from Antixos.
Please don't.
Greatest challenge a woman will ever face. Role-playing that she's wrong.
I resemble that remark.
I resemble that remark. Yeah, definitely. No, I just have to think, it's also, as Zilpha slides over to Arendelle, it's like, I don't feel comfortable. It feels kind of murdery to me.
Well, we don't have to murder them. We could always just rehabilitate them in a slow and grueling process.
Sticking out of his boot. Yeah, murdery. Yes. Indeed.
Well, I guess I'll go to bed now.
He still hasn't removed that arrow from his boot yet.
Who's got an arrow in his boot?
I do, Arendelle.
What?
Put a silver arrow in his boot, ready and easier to reach in case it's needed.
Oh. Well, you know what? I appreciate that. I really do. And she looks at you sincerely.
I am fucking cautious about these things.
Well, I appreciate that. I really do. But I don't like. I think I might go to bed now. What the hell was that?
Hope that was somebody's dog and not one of you.
As you guys
getting the
have
pizza off my
been
mouth.
eating and having your evening, this bit of camaraderie, you've seen that Gunmar has been moving around to a few different tables. He goes upstairs for a bit. He comes back down about he's kind of sitting over by the bar. He's waiting to see that you guys are about done with your meal. He brings over when he sees you're all about done. He brings over a platter with 6, good size mugs of he comes up to the table with a nice dark ale. He passes them around. I'm sorry, 7. He got one himself, and kind of leaning on the end of the table next to Edward. Says, "All right, well," he gestures to Antixos. You seem to indicate you're all a band of adventurers and such. Well,
Oh, hell yeah.
I got over 80 dwarves dashed up in this place, and and usually I don't have more than 15 or 20 at a time who are stopping here at any point. I spoke with all the caravan masters, and we come to an agreement that if my Dolores, she was looking at the wounds on those men and what was on comparing them against what was on the animals and the broken up wagons in the shed from this last week, and the claws the marks all look the same. So
me and the caravan masters, we come to an agreement. They can't be staying here. They're all losing money, so it's worth it for them to sweeten the pot to get you guys to head on down, track down whatever these were, and deal with them. We put together.
Kvix leans forward. How sweet a pot are we talking about here?
Down, boy. Down.
Well, each of the caravan masters is willing to pitch in 10 gold for each of you to get this cleared up so they can be on their way and start making their money.
Oh, bother, and how many caravan masters is that?
Each caravan master is putting in 10 gold? For each of us?
Aye.
How many caravan masters are there?
Up with is 180 gold for each of you. We got 16 caravanners in here, and I'll put in a double share myself.
Jumping great father Dweonmere.
Oops. Not bad.
You got yourself a deal, as far as I'm concerned.
No, just think about the dangers involved here, though, in Texas. We're dealing with flying,
you greedy
acid
bastard.
blood things. We got other business elsewhere. We could be and need to be, but I suppose we could see what we could do.
Bastard.
Might have to change the rates, though, just seeing what we actually have to deal with once we've dealt with them.
But Dweonmere's balls, 180 each. Kvik, think about it.
Your life only worth 180 gold? Dealing with these things?
In today's economy, yeah. Plus they'll have their own treasure.
Got you there.
I value mine a wee bit higher than a simple 180 gold, but to each our own.
I agree the risks are grave, Kvik, but I mean this could be this very situation that we were sent to find with this black hairy man.
Details.
And they're paying
Anyways,
us to go
just
do
like
our
to
own
leave-
quest.
Just like to leave a clause open that we may need to charge more depending on how bad this is.
Well, that's true.
Well, think about it, Kvik. The Spinagons probably got their own treasure that we're gonna keep, obviously.
He whispers over to Antixos and whispers in his ear, I'm very aware of that.
I tell him.
So, Zilpha, when do we leave? Zilpha, oh damn it, she went to bed.
No, yeah. Well,
This is before she headed off.
Okay.
Oh, there she is.
There she is. She heard 180 gold and she came right back out of the bed. What? I'm not feeling any sleepy anymore, and I've lost all my moral compunctions about being murdery and stuff.
Isn't that how it always works?
So, Zilpha, do we leave tomorrow or what?
You're fat and ugly. Wait, is that Ferrari? My God, you're so interesting.
I know, right? Zilpha's not like that. Zilpha's ugly, so she doesn't care. But yeah, Zilpha says if I can get a night's sleep and we can prepare ourselves to be ready, and Tixos, maybe you and Zed and I kind of coordinate what our plans for tomorrow specifically, and in terms of the spells that we're preparing to cast, then maybe we can face this challenge. I don't know.
Yeah, well, the question still remains, was it or was it not poison? Because I found myself resisting a spell when the guy exploded. So, does that mean he was infected with a poison, or a disease, or affected by a spell? Because I'm just not sure. Let me think about it for a second. Spellcraft, thaumaturgy.
To characterize, how would we know?
If you want to do a
Characters would
thaumaturgy
know.
for that, check for that.
Okay.
Texas, go right ahead.
And can I also make a healing check to see if it would have resembled anything that I would have thought of as a natural a poison? Because I didn't
Go
have
for
a
it.
chance to really say anything at the time. It all happened
Yeah, well,
so fast,
you and me were busy puking our guts up.
Well, but before he puked it up, we saw the stuff and what happened.
And Texas, by your best guess, it was the effect of some sort of curse.
Right.
And Zilpha, no, it does not did not resemble anything related to a disease or poison you have any familiarity with. So,
Well, guys, according to my thaumaturgy training, that there was a curse.
Well,
Curse.
Oh, bother.
oh, bother is right.
Hmm.
Well, I
Rates might go up.
leans over and kind of whispers, I could do something about a curse, but only once per day. And we'd lose our camping spell. No, right?
Might want to start
We don't even
That
know
was
where to
for
look for these
some
things.
kind of healing.
my tall friend, I couldn't grant you that. Only the king can grant one of our fine steeds to anyone not born under the mountain.
Well, maybe if we've pulled this off, we'll have earned our trust with the king.
Wouldn't be the same.
Didn't the
Oh,
didn't the Catoli tribespeople say that it was in around here that they got attacked?
That's where they got attacked, but I mean, caravans been attacked all over the place. That's not where they're at. And if they're flying,
No, I realize that, but it's a good place to start.
Oh, we totally need
Right.
a wagon.
The tribesmen he indicated were about there when they were attacked.
Damn, they made it a distance. How'd they make it this
And
far?
that's really the only lead we have so far.
yeah, unless a more recent attack happens.
Or we
Fuck,
could
each
be
one of
waiting
these Texas
for
was
days
like
to
25
find out.
miles.
Unless we go out as bait.
Oh yeah, we totally have to go out as bed.
If we just go out there,
Okay.
they might just come attack us.
Hey, in Texas, do you know if these Spinagon things require any special weapons to be hurt?
Let me think about it. Let me think. I'm trying to remember. Nope, no, they do not.
Yeah, but their big black buddy might.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yes.
I've had a thought about that, guys. In such an event, if we fighting a big were creature of some sort, well, I would be immune to infection from him. And, with the help of my spells and with the help of artists, I might be able to, fight him while you guys stayed back. You guys have ranged weapons that would harm him, spells and such. I might be able to keep him off of you guys long enough for us to take him down.
Well, yeah.
He could injure me, but he couldn't infect me.
I'm not sure if I'd be able to affect any of these guys at all, because my magic is mostly fire and charm. I guess I could try to make them nauseous, but I'm willing to bet that that wouldn't work on them either.
Well,
Not
I
on a
hope
demon.
I hope he's a were creature and nothing else, because I've only got my normal arrows and some silver arrows to shoot. That's why
I
I
hope
was
so,
asking. That's why I was asking if Buddy and Texas knew if the Spinagon things needed any special weapons.
I don't think they do, good buddy. I think you just shoot them with any kind of arrow and they'll just die.
Here's hoping.
Pretty quick too, from what I recall. They're just little guys after all.
Yeah, what you do know of them is that they're basically just they're the type of devils that comprise the basic most basic hordes of Bator.
Yep, they
They
comprise.
also serve as scouts.
Yep, they comprise.
The other more numerous.
Yep, they comprise the most basic hordes of Beator, and they also serve as scouts for the armies of Beator.
So there might be an army behind them?
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. Dualmir's balls, I hope not.
Yeah, I'm a little worried.
But
if
mostly
they
they're
are
just
scouts.
kind of servants, soldiers types.
Not even strong enough to be a soldier, really. They're just kind of just little scouty guys.
Yeah.
Little peons.
Maybe compared to all the rest of the devils, but they've proven quite effective around here.
What? You want to live forever?
Our world isn't used to devils roaming.
Okay, so you guys, after you guys agreed, after Antixos jumped at the offer that Gunbar made, he offers you guys the toast and
What does
then,
he think about my condition?
downs the mug of ale that he brought over to you. As far as he's concerned, Antixos already accepted his offer, so he kind of just gives you a smirk and well, you know, out of the corner of his mouth while he's downing his mug of ale, lifts up his empty mug too and says, "When you're all ready, the boy will show you up to the room we set out for you. We've been it's actually downstairs here. We're kind of running low on supplies. We've had all these caravans here for so long, and we dragged out honestly one of the ale cellars and set up some cots in there for y'all. You have to stay in close with each other. You just don't have any space left."
Well, that's
As things are
fine.
right now.
Zilpha and I share a tent sometimes.
Yeah, we're getting to be quite good buddies because we have the same appetite.
So anyhow, the boy will show you where that is, and when you're ready to turn in, and music kind of tips his fingertips off his brow, give you a little brief sort of salute thing, and then he heads back over to the bar where a couple of the other patrons are leaning up over trying to sweet talk his daughter, and he kind of
goes over and interrupts the flirtation going on over there and sends them off back to their table, and then makes himself a nice little solid block, obviously trying to discourage any attention to his daughter. So you guys finish up. You get after a few mugs of nice stout ale and discussion and everything, and how tired you are from the day. You turn in one by one.
Get my spells.
Need just a minute to deal with one thing here on the side, and then we'll get going. We'll kick to the minute. If you guys want to take a 5-minute break, that's fine. I'm going to talk over some stuff with Kvik here that he wants to do on the side. So.
That's
Y'all
how
leaving the
several
channel?
dwarves got murdered.
Y'all going to the private channel?
Yep. Yeah, Shido, can you drop down to the private channel with me?
Yep.
User left your channel. User joined your channel.
Need me to move you?
User left your channel. User left your channel.
Oop, there we go. So I was thinking, Antixos, you there? Did Josh walk off?
So,
Josh?
I don't think you'll be hearing from.
Okay, I'll go get myself a beverage and come right back.
That quietly.
Sorry. My cough is actually much better now. It's been one of those things that's been dragging around at work for weeks, and for the longest time I sounded like I was about to die or cat coughing up a hairball or whatever. This is much better, actually.
But how does that sound in Latin?
It sounds the same. Suzette, I was trying to figure out my spells. What have you got that might be useful in this situation?
Have a lot of light.
Do you have protection from evil?
Me and Sos are a good match.
What did you say?
Me and Antixos are a good match on the magic wheel.
Okay. So you're kind of on the opposite side. You're complementary.
Yes.
I'm thinking if we're traveling, with the caravan, or the plan is to go out and find these guys, that we won't need the light and load spell as much, because the light and load spell was designed to have us moving quickly. And that would free up a couple of spell slots for me if we don't need that. So I'm trying to figure out. Although it does make it easier for all the horses and everybody, and even your armors. Well, not that you have armor, but people's armor is lighter, their weapons are lighter, everything's lighter. So I don't know.
Spell slots would you get out of it?
Might be worth it to have the additional 2
Don't.
second level spell slots.
I just moved everything around. I planned on leaving my donkey here and just taking a light load on my horse,
Yeah.
being war party style.
Need to check and see. I don't think there's going to be anything useful for me there, but I'll look. I'll make sure my spells are well chosen.
I think your best bet would probably either increase your own strength or be able to heal people.
Or what?
Be
Increase
able
my
to
strength.
heal.
Be able to heal. Yeah, all my healing spells are first level, so I've got all of those except for one protection from evil. One protection from evil, 4 cure light wounds, plus my lay on hands. The third level spell I'm going to have is remove curse. So I'm working on my second level spells. I was going to get withdraw, which would allow me to withdraw from the combat and be able to cast healing on myself, and one round passes for everybody else, and I'm able to spend 2 plus my level, and my level is 6, 5, 7. I can have 7 rounds in which to heal and do all this other stuff.
What are your
on myself?
spears?
My what?
Spears. What are your spears?
I don't have spears. I have footman's bow, and I have that +3 mace.
No, spheres. Spell spheres.
Spears. Oh, my spheres. Okay. I'm like, what? I don't have spears. What are you talking about? I have major access to all. Hang on, I'll post it.
I'd have access to the same things if I was a priest.
All animal protection, healing, and travelers, minor to divination, charm, necromantic, and weather.
So you're dropping the camp one for remove curse, you said?
Yeah. Seems like a must do. So I'll have 1 protection from evil, 4 cure light wounds, plus my lay on hands. I was going to get a withdraw.
To a moderate?
Pardon?
To a moderate?
I can't. She won't let me.
Why not?
Says that she just won't. She says that it's not commonly known to priest of artists, and I'd have to find someone who knew it and could explain it to me or something. But I can't have it. I was going to get aid.
That's a good one.
Bark skin?
Bark skin, maybe. Let me see.
Bark skin 5 and gets better with every 3.
Well, my base armor class is 6 right now.
Pretty sure bark skin 5 and gets better with every 3.
I could get it at 5.
Alright, I'm here.
Good. I'm glad you're here. I was just
Good
talking about
Oh,
my spells
never mind.
for the day
Good.
tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody.
Just discussing spells for tomorrow.
Oh.
So let's get your input on this. I was going to get remove curse instead of the camp spell. For all my first level spells were going to be, except for one, protection from evil. I was going to do withdraw and aid, but I don't think I need the light and load spell anymore. We're not trying to travel quickly, right? What's your thought on that, Antixos? If I got rid of that, I could open up 2 second level spell slots.
Oh, yeah. That might be a good idea. Although, how long does light and load last? Is it just one day?
It's 10 hours, I think. Hang on, what was it? Based on my level. I have to cast it twice per day in order to get us a full traveling round. So it is 1 hour per level, and I'm level 5. So
5 hours per.
I use it twice. So
Well, that's a pretty penny worth of spell XP you're going to lose if you don't cast those.
she hasn't been giving me spell XP for those.
Well, in that case,
I don't know why. I should ask about that. I've been casting it twice a day, every day we've been traveling. From the time I got infected.
because that is literally underneath your god's portfolio.
Yeah, that's in his major sphere of travelers. Yeah, I'll ask her about that. I definitely want the withdraw and the aid. Normally I would use hold person, but that won't be useful on this adventure unless we run across some raiders or something.
Oh yeah,
What,
they would
call
require like hold monster. I don't know if that exists.
No, I don't have that. So that won't be useful unless for this encounter. Now, if we run into something else, I might wish we'd had it, but
Lightning takes just.
What was that?
Lightning takes too long to get going.
Oh, call lightning?
Oh shit! It's casting time of 1 turn.
Yeah, and then it takes 1 turn for each bolt to come down.
Yeah.
but that's a 3rd level spell, and I need that 3rd level slot for the remove curse just in case.
Yeah, call lightning is a bullshit spell anyways.
Well, you really need combat.
All I need is what? Combat? Is that what he said?
You don't really need it for combat.
Wow. Call lightning is basically useless.
Yeah, pretty much. I've only ever seen it used.
I mean, the DM would basically have to give it to you.
Yeah. No.
This is the first time I've looked at free spells.
Honestly, I'm not seeing anything that's going to be particularly awesome for this encounter other than the aid and the withdraw. I mean, they're not spellcasters, are they, Antixos, these Spinagons?
User was moved to your channel.
Okay. I need. Is everybody back? Everybody
Yeah,
here?
I'm here.
I'm here.
And Texas?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'd say take
Shannon was asking me in character if I knew if Spinagons cast spells, which is probably pretty exacting.
What you know of devils is that they don't exactly cast spells, but they all have some sort of spell-like abilities that they can use. You don't know the particulars of what different types of devils and such are capable of. What you know, Spinagons, is that they are as one of the lesser devils, that the types of things that they can do are very minor type spells. First or second circle type stuff. Other than their somewhat unreliable ability to open a gate and bring more of their kind to wherever they are.
Right.
And that's actually the thing that's thinking about is the biggest danger with these is that while they individually might not be very reliable in gating more of their kind to wherever they are, if there's several of them, they bring in more, and then the more try to bring more, and they can quickly escalate and have a horde of these things.
Summoning storm.
On the flip side, Antixos, Antixos and Zed both. What you do know about how, having studied magic, what you know about how the Sundering was achieved, it makes it much more difficult to open gates to other planes, especially if opening such a gate requires use of the astral or ethereal planes, which most all forms of plane shifting and stuff like that involves that sort of connection through the astral plane to the target plane. So those sorts of abilities are even less reliable than they normally would. Than they would be just on their own.
So there's an even further reduced.
Is silence something that would prevent that from happening? Do they have to speak to call these things, or no?
You don't know.
Masking and Antixos. Okay.
I don't know.
Antixos does not know.
Okay. All right. I'm just changing my spells around, Saws.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll keep the light and load then. Just to make sure we can haul ass when the time comes, if necessary. All right, I've updated my spells. If you want to go take a look at them, Elena. Make sure they're what I want. Alrighty.
Okay. Oh.
You know what? Before we get really, really going, let me do a quick bio because I know I'm going to have to eventually. So let's go ahead and get it over with. Sorry about that. I should have done that.
One thing in that discussion with Kavik real quick, so I'm going to just send you a quick note.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Let's do this thing.
I think she's typing at the moment. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm typing this bit up real quick.
Are you conspiring against us, Kavik?
Me?
No.
Conspire?
No, he did not.
I trust
Sounds
Kavik
like-
with my life, or my death, as it must be.
I'm the
It must
party's
be.
best friend.
I trust Kavik with my scrimp.
That's saying something.
Oh, look how skinny I am. You know you can trust me. I'm not gonna eat it all.
That wasn't it.
He's a halfling. He might eat them all.
No. Kvik for a halfling does not have the normal halfling appetite. It's part of why he's not built like a halfling.
He's a tall feller.
Oh.
He don't have no hairy feet. Oh, bother. He's the most, elf-like of all the halflings.
Okay.
Okay. So, in the morning, you wake up one by one. You can hear from out in the main room, there's sounds of platters, clattering and clunking on the tables, and you can hear the gruff talk of the low, rumbling, gruff talk of the dwarves. And, the swinging doors to the kitchen, almost sounding like they're in constant motion. The overall tone is very subdued. Like people who are, people that are stuck and just going through the motions, or it has that air to it. So you wake up one by one, and you get yourselves together and head out into the main room. Delora and Gunora are both, just constantly going back and forth in and out of the kitchens with platters with breakfast. It looks like fried mushrooms and potatoes and some cold roast, really thinly sliced, was left over from the roast the night before. That was the main course for the night before. Bringing out these platters and to the different tables and slapping down stacks of plates. And as you see you come out, seeing you guys emerging and going to find a table, you find one kind of in the middle of everything. That's been recently cleared as a group of dwarves that headed off to the barn. The two of the dwarves were much better dressed than most of the rest of them. They just have this air, a little bit of an air of importance. One has some knotwork designs embroidered into the collar of his tunic, in silver thread, actual silver thread. And the other has he doesn't have any, overt signs of wealth. It's just his clothing seems to be a little bit, just a cut above, a little bit better, more finely woven, etc. They come up to the table once you guys are settled down and you've got your plates. And the one with the extravagant collar on his tunic says, "So, problem solvers.
how long do you think before we can have this problem solved and be out on the road again?
We gotta find them first. Heard any rumors on where they're at?
Well, what Gunbard said. Caravan's all been hit by the old road to Andil. The one Jigs here. Sounds like some sort of a nickname, and a somewhat derogatory one towards the other dwarf that's standing next to him. Said, his wagon's got attacked just right outside of Riggin.
Riggin, huh? Up north a little? Or east?
Yeah, they was... He said 2 days out of Riggin. Just hitting the hard hills there when they were attacked, but...
This side of Riggin or
he
the
said
other?
they got hit this side, but and the other one cuts him off. We wasn't attacked by nothing. Nothing looked like what Gunmar said them tribesmen were fighting. Got run afoul of.
What hit your caravan?
It was just a bunch of big mangy wolves. We beat them off.
Big mangy wolves, yeah. Seen that here and there. Well, that'd be helpful. It'd give us a place to look, but no guarantees. But we'll be heading out soon to go take a look, so see what we can find.
Well, so as you know, we already put our bit in the pot.
Yep. Most appreciated.
Gunbar has it all set aside. And every other man runs a caravan here has done the same last night.
Most appreciated. We'll definitely try and get you your money's worth.
Oh, I should have been to Dorvian back by now.
If only.
Well.
Yeah, I know. We got other plans too. We got other business to conduct ourselves, so we'll make as quick work out of it as we can.
Very well. He tips his hat to you guys, and the two of them head back to tables that are adjacent to each other, on the far side of the common room from where you guys spent the night in the.
Yeah, once he heads out, ready to type.
That's a thought. Do you have one in mind? Seen any you like?
No, but I kind of eye the room. Lots of caravans here. There's got to be some
guards,
other guards or handy types.
What you can see, almost all of the caravan guards that are with these various groups are they're wearing a common uniform.
They're unionized, Kvik. No point.
Yeah.
And you recognize the emblem on the shoulder of every one of their armor as belonging to the Brackenpole Freight Guild.
Yeah.
You do know that they can be typically can be hired, but they have to be hired at one of the guild halls. There is one in uh, Dorvey Falls. The trade guild in Port Haravan is kind of blocked them out from setting up a guild hall in Port Haravan.
Alrighty, well, just kind of eye any of the other possible contenders, male or female, if they look sturdy enough.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much all
Maybe.
dwarves in here. They're all nice and sturdy.
Yeah.
But other than the actual freight guild member guards, there don't appear to be any mercenary guards, etc. All of the dwarven caravans just use the freight guild guards for their caravans, and it's actually an enterprise of the dwarven crown.
No
The
dwarves
crown
interested in our
actually oversees this freight
aspect
guild.
of. No dwarves interested in our aspect of being adventurers. None seeming curious, interested.
I will throw in the offer of a magic knife for anybody that comes along.
You might. I mean, if you go up and talk to him, you might be able to convince one of the guards to go along for the purposes of this limited excursion. Because otherwise they're just twiddling their thumbs here. So, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, Quick's not the one talking. I'm just going to come up with the idea.
Who has charisma? Probably the flippin' elf. They don't
I
wanna talk
think
to me.
Arundel's pretty good looking.
Not really. I'm average.
Well, you're better than we are.
What's the average?
9.
Oh.
I'm just reloading roll 20, guys.
Okay.
9 to 11, isn't it?
Yeah, for method
I'm
5 it
above
is, yeah.
those numbers.
Yeah.
Look around you. Don't you see these people you're traveling with? I have a 7.
And she's more likable than Kavik is, so.
Pretty sure Zed has more than I do.
That's sad. But yeah, I definitely have more than 11.
Well, there you go. Zed's our man.
If interested, like I said, just throwing the idea out there.
Hey, an extra fighter could not go amiss. Edward can't handle it all for us.
That's what we have you for. And you do a damn good job with that horse.
Yeah, the horse helps. Speaking of which, what animals are we going to bring? Are we just bringing a minimal, just our riding mounts and leaving our pack mounts here, or what?
That was
Well, if we leave our pack mounts, pack mules behind, how are we going to carry back all that luscious treasure that we're going to win when we kill off all the Spinagons and
If
devils?
it's that much treasure, I can walk it.
Yeah, I got
But,
light and load. It's not a problem.
I mean, I'll walk back and load up the horse. Or we can cachet it and come back for it.
Yeah, I think we need to travel pretty mobile, but I mean, the pack animals didn't really slow us down too much, did they? Just a matter whether they become cannon fodder.
My donkey's pretty loaded down.
If you guys leave the pack animals, you can make about 5 or 6 more miles per day than
with
with
my
them.
light and load
okay.
spell.
But yeah, the amount extra that you could carry would be reduced quite a bit. I mean, unless you guys are just walking the mounts and having the mounts carry all the weight. Your riding mounts carry the weight of any, balancing act.
I mean,
It's not like it's gonna be a dragon horde we're going after.
yeah, that was going to be my
Cash.
next point.
Cash.
Hmm?
Cash. Cash.
Cash. Cash.
Cash.
There's always a cash.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. We can always load up and come back for it.
Well, once we're ready to go, Zilpha's gonna have everybody put all their stuff in the pile, and we'll cast light and load. And that helps us bring back more stuff, by the way, guys, because the light and load definitely makes it easier on the animals.
I will make the rounds of the dwarves, seeing if anybody wants to come along with us.
All right.
Okay. All the different guards that you talk to, they kind of respond a little bit cautiously. You get the impression that they're very particular about keeping to the contract that they've been hired to, and that this is a very big deal within the Freight Guild. That if they're on a contract, that it's a huge honor thing for them to hold to that contract and not break off from it. It's you kind of get that same answer to pretty much everyone you talk to.
I'll use a counter argument that they cannot fulfill any contract unless they leave this place. Cannot leave this place until the road is clear. The road will not be clear until we kill whatever we're going out to kill. Hence,
our contract is to
here
guard these
without us.
traders. Our contract is to guard these traders, and it doesn't matter where they're at. We're holding to our contract, and if they can't move, that's on them, not on us.
I want to see if I can assist Zed by saying, I'm basically backing up saying, you're bringing further honor to your own guild by helping us track down these creatures.
If you want to go to Riggin and draw up a contract for some of our guild members to go and hunt down whatever it is you think needs hunting, then they'd be certain to go to draw that contract up for you. But yeah, you'd need an introduction anyway, anyhow, unless you've got traders' papers.
oh, just wait. didn't we just get hired by these traders? Hence, technically making us under their employ, aka part of their company.
You were technically hired by Gunbar.
Oh no, wait.
Nice try. I thought you had something going there for a bit too, but
Gunbar is the guy who owns the caverns.
Yeah, that's the dwarf
Yes.
guy.
yep. Basically runs this whole place here.
Right.
Now,
I mean, you got the whole
guess-
story last night. His grandfather built this halt, and he's taken it over. It's kind of the family business, maintaining this caravan halt.
Got it. I'll make gifts of those 2 knives that glow to his 2 teenage kids.
You mean
And,
the 2 9-year-olds?
Little too small.
I think so. They're
Well,
teenagers.
they're dwarves, so no. The 2 boys, the twin boys are like 9 years old.
Yeah. Look, it's not
They're
like
literally
in
infants.
elementary school. They live in a fucking caravan hall. Sure, they've been around pocket knives before.
As you're going around and talking to all these, the oldest boy, Donbar, he's actually in his 20s, but as a dwarf, it's the equivalent to
Being
mid-teens. He's the one that had the ram trotting around behind him like a puppy. He's come up to he comes up to the table and by Zilpha, and he's very excited and bubbling and he knows you guys are we're getting ready to leave. Got most of the story from the night before, and comes up to Zilpha and says kind of shy and stuttery. My lady, can you teach me about the priesthood? I got my boy, Tuvor. He follows me around. He could be my special ram. Like all the priests of the Traveler have their special horses and rams. Can you teach me? I could come with you.
Oh Lord, I got a puppy dog. He's what, 14 in dog years?
The equivalent.
Is that manhood or is that still adolescence?
As far as like stature wise, he's quote unquote full grown. But as far as age wise, he's the equivalent of early teens, a 13-year-old basically. I mean, he's 34 years old. He's actually older than you, but for a dwarf, he's the equivalent of early teens.
Yeah, so he's going to have no skills and no experience, and he's a treasured child of Gunbar. And so, I'll be like, oh, I'm sure that the Horse Lord would welcome your service, but I think perhaps that it would be best for you to enter his service after we've cleared this threat out. And you know, if you're interested in getting to the temple where I trained, I'm sure. Do they accept dwarves, Elena?
Yeah.
Everybody
If you-
except dwarves.
Yeah. If you're interested in going to the temple where I was trained, I'd be glad to bring you and make an introduction and help sponsor you as you begin your studies. But I don't think this is the time for such a thing. I think you should let us go and clear out this danger first so that we can travel safely.
Oh, okay. Well, so you know, I've been practicing, and I've made my own war saddle, and you should see how hard he can knock down small trees with his horns. He's a great ram.
Well, I'm certain that he is, and I'm sure that you'd be able to bring him with you to the Temple of Artists, and perhaps he could be trained. They have the finest trainers there. So, but I don't think this is the mission for you.
Oh, okay.
I can't have this dwarf child's blood on my hands.
I'm sure when you come back, my dad will be happy to take your word for it that I would fit in with the priesthood, and maybe he got me out of the stable.
Well, I would be. Well, you're going to spend time in stables if you go to the Temple of Artists, son. Where do you think we start?
Well, I don't.
You don't
Well,
get.
then I've got a good start.
Well, I'll be glad to talk with you about it when we get back, and if you're still convinced, yes, I'll speak with Gunbar about it, and I'd be glad to sponsor you there. But I think we'd better get running today if we're going to make any time. We definitely want to put some ground underneath our hooves today. But it's always good to see someone who's willing to serve the horse lord.
I'll go get all your animals ready. I'll go get all your animals ready. Just on out.
Zelfa looks at Kavik and is like,
You handled that pretty well.
he's
what's the matter,
adorable. He's so adorable. Oh, okay. If he thinks he's getting out of the stables by going to the Temple of Artists, he's got another thing coming. What do you think they keep us during the first several years of our training?
Poor Zilpha, already got a follower.
Oh. Why? Why did the socially awkward ones always cling to me? What is this?
Oh, well.
I look over at
Because
Shigo.
you're
Go
back
get
in your
rebar,
spirit.
K-bar, and flying bar.
Maybe because you're one of the few females amongst us?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
It's that holy symbol, honey.
I'll tell you what, that holy symbol has made up for a lot of low charisma so far on this journey, I've noticed. So.
And this is why I keep my little symbol hidden away.
All right, let's get moving, guys. Who wants to lighten their loads? Put it all in the pile right here.
It's all piled.
All piled. Zip. Okay, now let's go, guys. Let's do this thing. If we're gonna go anywhere today, we better get moving. Otherwise, we're just gonna sit here all day and BS around and never get anything done.
Okay, so where are you guys going exactly? Getting
Well,
back
I
down the
think
road,
the,
you're going through the hills.
One eye pointed through here, so I guess
Yeah.
we'll head down
Back
the
down
path
the road here, and if they
And-
don't attack us, then
Yeah.
and down that
go
trail.
down this way. Yeah.
We're just taking the trail.
Okay, so you're gonna follow the road back and around.
Yeah.
Yeah, until
Okay.
we won't necessarily. I'm not sure who's doing that bit, but holding up at the ping.
I think that was Josh.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah. Yeah, that's the place right there where we said where it was going out into the plains. We at least head that way and see what we see.
Okay.
If we see any evidence, sniff it out
as you-
all the time.
the second day, around 10 in the morning, as you turn off on this old trail, you can see that it used to be an old metalled road, very similar in how it was constructed to the high road up that heads up to Bracken Pull. It obviously hasn't been repaired in centuries. There are, huge holes. There's a lot of overgrowth and weeds coming up between the stones. It takes you 4 days to get to about where the One-Eyed Man had indicated on Kvik's map, and
they
you
did it
see
in
the
2 days,
signs
didn't you?
that you guys didn't ask them exactly how long ago they got attacked. Zilpha's best guess was that 3 or 4 days had passed since.
Okay, thought the initial word was 2 to 3 days on the wounds, but
No,
okay.
she was gauging by the state of their wounds that it had been 3 to 4 days.
Okay.
You find off one side of the road, it's opening out in the hills. The trees are much thinner in this area, more just scattered and stuff. There's tall grasses and shrubs between the trees. You find what looks like the remains of a camp. There are, looks like 9 or 10 shredded tents that have just been left lying on the ground. There's, dried blood spatter stains all scattered around. By where one of the tents has been shredded and left crumpled, you can see there's this large patch of dark brown crusted white blood in the dirt that hasn't been worn away by the weather yet. Okay, give me an observation check. Arendelle, give me a hunting check, please. And yeah, I have to reload roll 20 again.
Yay!
So I will see that as soon as it pops back.
Okay.
Okay. As you're searching through, scoping out the remains of this camp, the best you can tell, this was a small clan of these plainsmen. By the number of tents, or by what it looks like, the number of tents that were left, it's probably pretty small. You're not sure what their custom was as far as how many people sleep in a given tent, but I would guess from the signs that are left, it's been quite a while now. It's been at least a week. But that each tent probably held an extended family. I mean, these are sizable tents, around 25 feet in diameter. So, if they're used to living close and stuff like this, they could probably have an entire extended family inside each tent. There's you do notice that there are several different types of tracks mixed in with and scattered through around the edges, especially. Several of which look like they might be from a large dog.
Right.
but you're unable to pick up any sort of trail heading back out of the encampment.
Not even a general direction.
Everything's so scrambled. I mean, there was obviously a big fight here. So you're very little to go on as far as sorting out what's
okay.
what,
Retry.
as far
Let's
as
get back
just
on
sorting
our way.
out what's coming and what's going. You know.
I assume I don't smell anything. Been too long.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been at least a week. I need to advance the calendar. And I'm still getting the big red box at the top of my Roll20 here. So just it was being nice earlier, and now it's being a pain.
But at least your voice is clear.
Yes.
This is good. Yes.
Yeah.
Roll20 can lag a little bit, but
so third. This is the 4 days. So okay.
I say we go back up and down this road and up down the main road, and we just make a lot of noise and.
Do you want to try and cut straight through?
Smell good.
To Gunbar Halt, go into the woods off-roaded a bit, so to speak. Just head based on where we think we're at on the map. Just head like due north till we catch the main trail again.
I don't know. That could work.
Anyone else? Thoughts? Ideas?
Problem is these guys are so unpredictable. There's no telling where they are right now. I mean, we could do just as effectively to sit still. We could do just as effectively to move back up the road and hope they catch scent of us.
I think we should keep on moving towards Andil.
There's that too.
Why do you think Andil takes us?
Well,
we might cross their path if we get all the way down there.
Was the road the merchant?
Well, if they're all the way down in Andil, then the roads are clear. The traveling caravan roads are clear.
That they got attacked on the road by these people.
What do we know, or did we pick up about Andil? What do we know about Andil?
That was the destination of the origin of the caravan that got attacked.
Okay, I missed that. I was thinking I was headed the other way on the main path. No? Any other thoughts?
With the tribes told you, Vic. You guys there?
Yeah, you're a little choppier there.
Yeah,
Now it's clear.
Signal got a little funky for a minute. As far as what you guys know about Andil specifically, it's listed as one of the ancient keeps or cities out in the plains here. Kivik, you got some specific information about history of Andil from the tribesmen.
Maybe I did.
Back up your messages a little bit.
Yeah. So one of the caravans was going or coming from Andil?
Yeah, the one that had the guy in it that exploded or whatever.
As far as the young man that dissolved after he died.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
That was
tribesman.
they had said that the tribe, that their people, they avoid Andale. They don't normally get within 10 miles of it as they're roaming. They're nomads, so as they're roaming through the hills and stuff,
So
and across the plains,
that might be a good
they
indicator.
avoid Andale very specifically.
You're right.
That might be a good indication of where we should go to find the source of the problem.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me on that aspect is that they said they've never encountered these things before. If they were avoiding it, without having seen or known of these things before, that seems kind of counter to each other. But we can go check out, see what's wrong with Andal. Okay. Better place than nothing right now. So.
How long till the full moon now? We're down to about 8 days.
Yep.
8 days. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let me advance the calendar real quick here. A couple days back, so.
It's gonna be hot as balls today.
Oh, it was.
That was actually a couple days ago.
It was hot as balls a couple of
okay.
days ago.
And apparently, yeah, it's high summer. It does this.
Don't need to explain to me.
Okay, so you make it a couple more miles past where you found the remains from where the tribesmen had said that they had been attacked. You set up camp. I need an intelligence check or a perception observation check for whoever's on third shift.
Is that the last shift?
Yep.
That would be me. Me and Antixos.
Oh, bother.
Intelligence -4 or just a pure intelligence?
Just straight intelligence.
Well, I rolled a 1, so
Alrighty.
it doesn't matter.
Yep. Yes, you are, Arno. Okay. Shortly before dawn, as you two are on guard and you're done your prayers and studying your books, etc., you hear some rustling in the bushes to the southeast. You see kind of reflection of some eyes hidden in the bushes. And you're both getting the sensation that you guys have been being watched rather closely for a while now.
Are we going to change maps now?
No, well, depends on what you guys do. You're not being attacked, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, that's what I was curious. So, to roll initiative. So, kind of poke Antixos. Kind of look where the eyes are. Kind of like, you see that? You see that shit over there? You see that?
I don't see shit. I think we should just say, halt, who goes there?
Well, go right ahead.
And then Tixos clears his throat. and cups his hands to his mouth and says, "Halt! Who goes there?" at the top of his voice.
To wake everybody up. Good job, son.
Okay. So the rest of you kind of starting, about done sleeping, starting to come awake. You hear Antixo shouting out, and you hear a yelp in the bushes, and some growling, and then you see several dark shapes low to the ground go streaking off into the night.
Goat shapes?
Heading to the southeast.
What kind of shapes?
You see several low, dark shapes go streaking off into the night to the southeast. None of you guys have infravision. It's outside, just outside the edge of the firelight. So all you really see is shadows.
Gout, you think?
I don't know. Could be anything. Keep on your tippy toes, or stay alert, stay alive, or something. Keep your eyes peeled. Put your head on a swivel. Be aware of your surroundings. Stop, drop, and roll. Duck and cover.
I was gonna say. Survive in advance.
Alrighty then.
Drink water, drive on. Put some kiwi on it.
Oh dear God.
Walk it off. Walk it off.
Okay.
Take two and call me in the morning.
Hey.
What was it?
Other than that, the evening is uneventful.
Hey guys, Zilpha and I saw some low, dark shapes last night. Low and dark shapes.
But they ran away after Antixos intimidated them with his massive holler. He can bellow like who knows what.
I done it thusly.
Woke us up, so.
Halt,
yeah.
who goes there? Son. like using my man voice.
Yeah. All right, so just keep swimming, swimming, swimming.
Okay. Over the next 2 days, as you're now fully in the plains, all throughout the day, you catch just flickers of movement on the edge of your, the edge of your vision. Several creatures. You never really managed to get a clear look at any of them. They stay, but they're obviously shadowing you guys and tracking you. They stay far enough away that you never get a chance to get a clear sight of them.
Can I try another observation check? Since we're aware.
And what do they smell like?
Any bonuses since we're aware?
No, because the range that they're staying at would negate that.
Okay.
Okay. The best sighting that you get late in the afternoon on the second day is appears to be some sort of probably canine,
Four-legged.
dark brown fur. Yeah. You catch you catch light like in the afternoon sunlight. You catch a glint, what looks like bone plating on the shoulders. Kind of catches the light in the afternoon.
Oh, great.
So your best guess is that these are the same type of wolves that you were attacked by on the road a couple days out of Carbon Village.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we
Okay.
kicked their ass.
Yeah, and I wasn't here for that one, which was bloody right.
Yeah, you were awesome.
I just call it the dancing bow. You don't even have to be there. Just put the bow up and it fires and everything dies.
But you do get a clear enough sight to tell that there are 5 of them, and that they are. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they are intently tracking you and keeping track of you. You caught the sight of the glint of the bone as one of them streaked off ahead of you guys, separating from the rest of the pack, and went rushing towards the east.
They know we're coming.
Yep. They went east. Maybe we should go east.
Southeast.
Keep going. Just
So,
keep swimming.
Set up camp and be ultra aware on our shifts.
Okay.
Keep your eyes peeled. Stay alert, stay alive.
Okay. Throughout the night,
If you see something, say something.
these it's not the most restful night you had out on the trail. All throughout the night, you hear as these creatures apparently know that you're aware of their presence now. You hear constant howling and snarling, just staying far enough away that you can't get a clear sight. You see flashes of eyes throughout the night, and it very much like their intent is just to make sure you don't sleep well. And they're doing a very good job of this. Just as you're starting to nod back off, there's another loud howl from a different direction, and this goes on all night long.
When I'm not on guard duty, I'm gonna stuff some cotton in my ears. I'm not putting up with this crap. Sleep's important.
When I am on duty, I'm going to be so agitated that I'll end up shooting an arrow near one of the eyes. Not at it, but near it. Well, as I piss off, you're annoying me.
Okay.
Oh, now you've gone and done it.
You turn and you fire an arrow in the general direction of one of the howls, and the response you get is there's just a cacophony of howls for the next half an hour, just constant loud bellowing howls for half an hour straight. But again, nothing gets close enough that you can actually see anything in the night. It's a little bit overcast, so there's not good light and stuff. You catch a couple flickers of movement, and that's about it. I mean, and it's staying
Really pissing me off.
200 yards away.
I'm getting some sleep. I got cotton in my ears. I don't care. I sleep like a rock anyway. Everybody knows that. When is the
Okay,
full moon?
I'm still catching this up. On the 14th.
Okay. Getting close, y'all. Gonna go down. Getting real.
Yeah, okay, for a phone call.
You watch. They'll come out on the full moon.
Oh, good. I hope they freaking do. Please.
Okay,
I'm back.
now we're caught up on the date. So it's now the 9th. So after the extremely unsatisfying night's rest and the constant howling and harassment by these wolf-type creatures,
Let me
you
guess.
drag
I don't
yourself
have any spells.
out of your beds the next morning. No, you still are able to prep your spells and stuff.
Okay.
After about 2 hours the next morning, you come to where an intersection in the old roadbed. There's on the west side of the intersection. The main road continues curving south and back towards the west. The branch heads east, and just at the west side of this T intersection in the road, there are 3 spears embedded in the earth, and it looks like they've been there for so long that the wood has literally petrified, and and there's this pit in the ground in front of these 3 spears with that I mean, all around you is lush plains, but this space in front of these 3 petrified spears in the ground there's nothing growing there. It's the land is just dead, like it had been salted. And only the gods know how long ago that was done.
How big are these spears? Spears, you said, right?
They look like your standard short spear.
Okay. Straight in the ground or at an angle?
They're at about a 15-degree angle.
From vertical, I assume, yes.
Yeah, 15 degrees from vertical, leaning roughly towards the east.
They're in the ground. Is it in a set specific pattern, or look like they're just hit randomly?
You get the impression they were very intentionally placed. Zilpha, you would recognize that looks like it's probably the work, the remains from something from a priest or priestess of Skathak, the avenging goddess. They, especially spears at a crossroad, spears embedded in the ground at a crossroad, is very indicative of priest of Skathak. That's how they punish rapists. They bury them at a crossroads with a spear over them, embedded in the ground over them.
Ew. Hey, we lost Zed in game. Zed, are you here?
I see Zed in game.
I don't see Zed in game.
No, I don't.
I mean, his token was still up by
I'll refresh.
the hall. I don't know.
He just moved. Okay. As long as he's still here. I was worried.
Okay. So, are you guys turning east towards Andale?
That was our destination. We'll give this
Okay.
wide berth, I guess.
Okay. About 4 in the afternoon, you come to where you see it was Andal was marked on this old map and in front of you see an old keep that there's kind of the skeleton frame of the walls is kind of intact. A lot of the stones tumbled down, and there are huge piles of sand all around where the main building probably once was. There's just this huge mound of sand. There are falls of muddy and packed sand around, all scattered around the walls. The entire gatehouse seems to have been reduced to sand as well. The outer curtain wall it's obviously been weathered by centuries with no maintenance. A lot of the blocks have fallen out. The mortar is all turned to dust. But most of the keep, the gatehouse themselves, appear to have been reduced to dust or sand. It's very desolate. There's barely even much beyond weeds throughout the center of this ancient keep.
Mayhap there was a subterranean building inside the city.
Well, there's no
Maybe
actual
so.
city here. It's just an old.
Just the keep. An old keep that's ground down almost completely to the ground, yeah?
Maybe we should check the dungeon for some treasure, if it
See if
exists.
there's any,
Maybe there's some
passages.
sewers down there.
Or a
I hear they
crypt of
got
some
good
kind.
loot in sewers.
Yeah. Check the area for any passages, caves, tunnels, burrows.
Any kind of underground.
Okay, everybody, give me an observation check. Searching. If you don't have observation, intelligence -6. This is why you have that proficiency, right, Vic?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Near the northeastern wall, you see Kavik. You find half buried by the sand from where the keep apparently collapsed. An old trap door that's long ago rotted away, so there's just kind of the metal framing left sitting across the opening, and underneath it you see a set of stairs descending towards the east, underneath the remains of this door. It was probably a heavy wood and metal reinforced wooden trap
Looking
door.
around.
It's roughly 5 feet long and 3 feet wide.
Do I see any tracks coming in and out of this area?
Any what?
Tracks. Footprints. Tracks.
Looking at it, yeah, where the sand has, from the keep collapsing. Now, remember, this is part of what happened during the Sundering. Is anything that was graven with images or things of ancient demonic deities that were destroyed was reduced to sand. So this entire keep was probably at one point devoted to, some ancient now dead deity.
Right. Sand still leaves footprints, so I mean depressions, that kind of thing.
Right,
So
right.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
looking
you
for,
see,
if there's anything.
there not leading up to it, but in the sand that's fallen in through the remains of where this trapdoor once was, there are a lot of clawed footprints, and you notice as you're inspecting it that it actually looks like this great, that was once the frame of this trapdoor is now essentially just a grate. Looks like it has been moved repeatedly and very recently. You see some kind of the bits of shiny edges along where it drops into the frame or the recess in the ground, where the sand has polished the rust off as it's been moved repeatedly very recently.
I'll give a bird-like whistle.
Okay.
And to get everyone's attention and identify the spot.
I'm trotting over. What'd you find, Kvik?
Shh. Put my hand up to my mouth, and I'll point down at the what I found.
I can't take Larry down there.
Nope. I had to figure on that.
Okay, whisper is great, but I can't understand. Do state whispers.
So she says she can't take Larry down there, and I said, "Yeah, I had to figure that."
Yeah, no. Except for Fluffy, the animals aren't going to make it down there.
Well, come on now, Grunt probably could. Not ridden, maybe, but not that I want him down there anyway.
Actually, Grunt probably could. He getting him to go down in a hole in the ground is probably not the most fun thing you would ever try to do.
Right. So, I guess what do we do with the animals with wolves about up here? I think, is Larry trained enough to defend themselves from some things up here?
Larry's very well trained. The problem is, how many are they going to send?
Yeah.
We've seen 5. How many have we not seen?
I don't know about beef.
The other animals won't be safe.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a oh, okay.
I mean, she goes there. I mean, she can kind of tend to the animals and then just run them somewhere to try and run away, I guess. If something shows up, but...
Guys do have to go.
So, I mean, that's about the best bet is, her being able to lead them to run away and come back some other time when it's hopefully possible. But I don't know if they could outrun these things.
That's the problem. I don't like the idea of putting... I feel Larry could protect himself, but like I said, we don't know how many they have. We've seen 5. How many more do they have that we haven't seen? And who's controlling these creatures? Who's sending them to scout us and to track us?
Which is why we're here.
I know.
Well, maybe we'll find out if we go down into that hole.
So that's really our best bet. Just have to go tend to the horses and run them if it looks like they can't defend themselves, I guess. Any other ideas, thoughts?
Good luck, Shigo. Let's go, guys.
User in your channel timed out.
He said he had to go catch a bus. So.
Yeah.
Who had to go, Arendelle?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Arendelle. He said he had to go because he had to catch a bus. So. So you're just leaving Shigo with the animals? Is that what I'm getting from that?
Begrudgingly. Begrudgingly.
Okay. She ties a long lead rope between all of the different animals so that she can just ride her horse and have the others follow her. So she ties the lead to all of the animals' saddle horns, except for Larry, who's.
I was about to say Larry will outrun them.
It doesn't want to get that close to, and she's seen him fight enough that she's pretty confident he'll.
Yeah. And he'll outrun anyone.
He'll do what needs doing.
Yeah. He's well trained. I worry about the other animals though. But like you said, this might be the only way to protect him is to go down here and see what's down there.
Woohoo! Our first dungeon since October.
No, it's not.
All right, let's do this thing. Now I regret.
Okay,
I
so
has
you
regrets.
descend. Edward fairly easily and surprisingly quietly lifts the the remains from this old trapdoor away.
Like it was well oiled.
And the stairs descend about 50 feet. And you come on down and you come up. There is this old wooden door, and it looks like all the metalwork has been recently redone. But it's very rough, and the shapes hammered into the new metalwork are very twisted. The handle, the door handle that you see in front of you here, it's really odd shape, like it's not made for a person's hands.
We have to go up and check the door for traps and such.
Okay.
Oops. Checks. Skills. Here we go. Any modifiers? Or you'll take care of those internally?
Okay. You spend a couple of minutes and checking it, and it looks like a pretty well-used door. There doesn't appear to be anything that you notice about it that kind of triggers your spidey sense. It's other than the really odd shape and size of the handle. It really appears to be the only unusual thing about the door.
Yeah, it seems okay. Does it look like there's any kind of latch or lock to it?
Yeah, it looks like a typical kind of latch where you pull on the handle and it causes a mechanism to lift the latch bar on the far side.
Mm-hmm. So it pulls in towards us?
Where you pull the handle, it lifts the latch, and then you push the door open.
Oh, push the door. Okay. Gotcha.
I'm going to have an arrow basically knocked and ready.
All right.
Yeah, me too. I'm playing.
Being a specialist, I can forego initiative if need be.
Nice.
Yep.
I will manipulate the latch or handle as slowly and as quietly as possible, and slowly push the door open. Just a few
Okay.
inches. Blam! Trap goes off. I'm dead. Okay, next.
Okay, something funny happened there.
I just really hope we don't get into a combat because I really do need to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed before too
Okay.
long anyway. So
Oh.
This might be a good place to stop then.
yeah, might be. I got to go teach the humans in the morning, and it's 2 days before spring break, and they're crazy, and I'm exhausted from it. They're cray cray.
Crack the door open. There's 1,000 pairs of eyes staring back at us. Okay, see you next week.
Okay.
That's something
Well,
called.
at least let me get the description here. As you crack the door open, you can start to see through the sandy tracking from these clawed feet. You know, goes on through the door. You can see scattered sand on the far side. As you glance through, what little you can see what looks like remnants of a lot of old furniture or something has been dragged around. There's these heavy marks in the floor from something with probably metal feet being dragged across it, and from several different places across the room here, and they all seem to be heading towards. Let me give my measure tool. They all seem to be going in that direction.
Alrighty.
Well, there you go.
And it takes just a few seconds after you crack it open when you get this heavy, rancid, sulfurous smell wafting through.
I smell eggs.
Rotten.
And that's what we'll call it.
All right, thanks, guys.
Cool. Good night.
I'll see some of you
And
Saturday, some of you Sunday, some of you Wednesday.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Well, hopefully all of them Wednesday.
Hope y'all
And
Wednesday.
it's great hearing you clear, Helena. It's, definitely
really-
worked out
Oh, yes.
much
Yeah,
better.
Yes.
much better.
Switching to the tablet was a brilliant idea.
I
No, it's
wonder,
night and
Well, that's
day.
all I was using.
I wonder why it's like that.
Yeah,
What's
well,
that?
the
Well, it's your
tablet doesn't
satellite
rely
connection.
on my crappy satellite internet, so I actually get like good. I don't have the lag like I normally have with using it that. I mean, I can't run Roll20 on the tablet, not effectively at least.
Oh, because you're using
but-
cell phone data.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's using
Ah.
the cell tower.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Nice. All righty. Well, I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Bye.
Have a good night.
User
Have a
disconnected
good
from your
one.
channel. User disconnected from your channel.
Well, had a little bit of frustrating technical issues again this week, but not like last time.
Yeah. Well, that was totally random. I mean,
One in a
that's-
million. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never had a huge issue like that with TeamSpeak until today.
Well, when the T-Speak dropped, that's because my internet dropped and the server's on my side of the router, so
Yeah.
that's why the server went down. So for that, 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I figured out what happened there. I mean, it's happened before. I mean, I know how you have stuff set up. So once it was like, oh crap, and you weren't responding to anything. And I was just like, yeah, I think you just either lost power or internet or whatever.
Yeah.
But
I had 2 messages typed. Did they go through when it came back up? First saying that my router restarted, and then I said no, my internet was out. Did those? I don't know. I probably didn't see those messages because of all the other things going on. But
yeah, I wasn't watching the.
right.
Yeah, I see it now. It did go through, but
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't watching that because I was
Yeah,
trying to keep
I
moving a
figured
bit while you were gone.
Yeah, because I didn't close out my browser. I left it open, so I figured when it did come through, I figured the cache would finally push it through. So I confirmed that, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weird issue was why was Zed and Zilpha popping in and out at the beginning. That was bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know. Zilpha's normally rock. Zed has had kind of a history that he's
Yeah,
got
some issues.
some issues with his internet connection.
No,
That's
these
not
past
that
couple
unusual for
patches.
him.
I mean, normally TeamSpeak for me has always been rock solid across the board. The last couple patches, I had problems. I used a joystick push to talk switch. That way I can rock it forward and just leave it, and then when I want to cut it off, pull it back to turn it off. And this last patch really screwed up the push to talk. That's part of the problem I had Sunday, because I had to switch to a keyboard push to talk, which made certain things awkward for trying to type and do things. But it's an extra module you got to load in order for TeamSpeak to read the joystick. I had to unload the module and reinstall the module from scratch in order to get it working again, and now it's working fine.
Yeah, I've actually been telling TeamSpeak to not update for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
now.
generally, yeah, I do get to that point too, where if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. It's been working fine. Nothing other than what my crappy internet connection normally causes. So I've been leaving it well enough alone. No, don't update. No, don't update. And it only pops the notice up once when you open TeamSpeak. So
right.
Not a huge deal.
Yeah. Probably will go back to that myself.
All right, Elena. Thanks for DMing. See you Saturday.
Yep. Have a good